League action presented today by Chief Financial Credit Union, awaiting the fine matchup between the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today and the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers as this push to the playoffs continues to unfold here on the USPBL Network. Jeremy Idle alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here today, the first of two here on this Crest Lincoln pregame show. One of the hotter days this week, so it's fitting we play two, right?
Beautiful. Let's play two. Why not? It's a perfect fall day.
Well, we thought we had a crazy game 2 days ago when Garrett Chrisman nearly tossed a no-hitter, and then his team ended up losing. But yesterday said, whoa, that's not nowhere near what we saw as well. A conventional 6-1 lead going into the 7th inning for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. It looked like they had their first points in lock here in the push to the playoffs. Unicorns offense said, hold on a minute, we're going to send 9 to the plate. They made it a one-run gain. Aaron Takas had a 2 RBI single, same for Coley Curry. And then Tasker Strobel, he gave up the 2 RBI hit to Curry, but was able to strike out the next batter.
Yeah, you know what? The Mammoths, I thought they played and managed with a bit of urgency yesterday, which was nice to see. It was an urgent situation. They needed that win, and they went to Dazon Cole earlier than you normally would, I think, and he did a nice job and ended up pushing the wrong button, I think, with John Murphy at the end. You know, he had been really good, but he had a tough outing, and that's going to happen to anyone in the bullpen. It's going to happen once in a while, but Strobel came in and ultimately bailed him out of it, and you know, they got a big win. They had to have it. So as it turned out, they got the win. You know, it wasn't how you draw it up, but they got the victory in the 3 points.
Again, if you're new to this new push to the playoffs format, this first game of the doubleheader, the 5-inning game, doesn't count towards the final standings in terms of the last 8 games these two teams will play. Game 2 will, and boy, do the Beavers need a victory.
They do. You know what? Even the first game here, if they lose the first game to the Hoppers, that means they lose the tiebreaker to the Hoppers if they do end up tying. So that's important too. You know, the Hoppers might be tough to catch either way. We'll see. But if they drop that first one, that's going to be even tougher. So I would say both games are very important to the Beavers. On the Hopper side, really, game 2 is probably the one that's vitally important. In a lot of ways, they're in something of a tie, maybe, you know, with the Unicorns right now, because the Unicorns have some games in hand, so it's going to be an important one, game 2, especially for the Hoppers.
They're hoping that Austin Shoemaker can possibly return for the playoff run in a couple weeks for those 3-game stretch. Still uncertain what's going to happen. It's a deep bone bruise and a fracture, I believe, in that hand, but overall, they bring another catcher here today, Alec Allred, who is not unfamiliar with the USPBL, not unfamiliar with professional baseball. He was actually supposed to go play professional baseball in Australia just because of COVID and everything, couldn't get his visa, but they need catching help, and certainly in these doubleheaders as well. They don't necessarily want the hot bat of Cameron Comer catching 2 straight games, and it makes sense going forward.
Sure. You know, I don't know, you know, how sharp he's been staying during this whole time. It's tough to stay sharp in this environment in professional baseball, but they had to add somebody. They needed some depth there. I think Shoemaker wasn't only going to be counted on to catch, but he was probably going to be counted on to play a little bit of first base too. You know, Ron Williams Jr. swings a nice bat, but he's a utility piece that they really could have played anywhere in the field. Right. And he's been, you know, kind of stuck at first base for the most part, and that limits his value a little bit overall. It's nice being able to move him around and put him wherever you need him. So that Shoemaker loss is definitely a loss for the Beavers. Hopefully he can come back by next week.
Time to take a peek at your AAA starting lineups here today. First for the visiting Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers for game 1 of the doubleheader. Ron Williams Jr., the aforementioned first baseman, utility player, leading it off here in game 1 for Von Joshua's team. Cesar Cuevas will bat second and play second base as well. Joey Weimer in the 3-hole and playing center field. It's Troyer, Allred, Romero, Harris in the middle. Harris has started to pick it up in the last few hits, 3 of his last 4 games, so that could be a big bat going forward here for the Beavers into the playoffs. Ashanti Wheatley again getting a start at designated hitter. Jalen Smith out there again, the utility player in himself as well, playing left field, and Jonathan Brandt rounding out the order, batting ninth and playing third base here today in game one. They'll face Zane Collins. More about him and Justin Revels in our pitcher comparison later, brought to you by Denso. For the Hoppers here tonight, their lineup also brought to you by AAA of Michigan. I like this. Greg Vaughn Jr., little experimentation at the top of the lineup here today. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we go forward. He plays center field as well. Anthony Maselli bats second and plays third base. It's Grise, Zach Gray, and Riley Mahalik, the meat of the order for Paul Noce here in game one. Trevor McKinley bats sixth and plays right field. Jordan Pontius in the seventh hole and playing second base. Jake Hoover and Antonio Torres will round it out. Torres starting to turn it on just a little bit with the bat as well as this season draws to a conclusion. Now time for your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers keys to the game. What do you got today?
Well, a couple of guys I want to identify today. The first one I want to point at with the Beavers is Jack Ferguson, who is someone that they can call in out of the bullpen. They're a team that needs a little bit of bullpen depth, and he was someone who got injured early in the season. Looked like he might be a back end of the bullpen guy, someone who could maybe even close for them at one point. Had really good results. Comes down from the side, very difficult to pick up, especially for the left-handers. And if he's healthy going forward, I think he's someone that they can really count on maybe to play a bigger role. And I'm sure he's going to pitch at some point today, especially because we already saw Price this week, and they may not be able to go to him, even though he's been the typical closer for them. And you mentioned Greg Vaughn Jr. That's somebody else that I want to keep an eye on today. This game number one, he's going to lead off. I don't think he's going to lead off the second game today, but if it goes well in game one with him in the leadoff spot, that's something that could make sense for Paul Noce going forward. He's someone who gets on base at a far higher clip than anyone else that they've had leading off this year, especially lately when he's been swinging a pretty good bat. So that might be something they want to run with after today. We'll see how it goes. You know, not sure if he's ever led off before. He's not really that type probably, but see how it goes. It might be something that they stick with.
Take a deeper dive into these two starting pitchers here today when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's a double dip coming at you right here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
United Shore Professional Baseball League action on this fine Saturday, presented by Chief Financial Credit Union and proudly sponsored by the following: AAA, Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, the Detroit Medical Center, DTE Energy, Dunham Sports, Dunkin' Donuts, Green for Life Environmental, Green Path Financial Wellness, Jimmy John's, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Summit Oral, and United Shore. We thank all those fine sponsors for what they do for this league and this season as well. Time to take a peek at your pitcher comparison presented by Denso here tonight. It's the same two that went at it in the doubleheader last Saturday. Inverse games, though. They went game two. They'll go game one here today.
Right. It should be an interesting matchup again. Zane Collins was a guy who I think was projected to be a top of the rotation type. I don't know that it's played out that way necessarily, but he was better the last time out. Had command of his mix, his 3 or 4 different pitches that he'll run up there. Not an overpowering fastball, but he mixes them up pretty well, and he didn't walk anybody in that outing, which is a big key for him to have his control.
Sunny day hasn't always been the case for the last week or so, but we are really happy to see the sun come out and the temperature peak up a little bit for this doubleheader here tonight.
Can't ask for much better in the middle of September, I don't think. This is nice. And an important ball game, too.
Absolutely. Beavers really need a win. The Hoppers trying to stay on top of the standings here today. We'll see if they can do that in Game 2 a little bit later here on the USPBL Network. First pitch between the Hoppers and the Beavers coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
My education here isn't just academic. This school wants you to be the best you that you can be. If you really want somewhere that can inspire you, who you want to be in life, this is the place to be.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Welcome back, everyone, to Jimmy John's Field, getting ready for this game between the Hoppers and the Beavers here this afternoon / early evening. The Hoppers trotting out there as Zane Collins will take the mound for the second consecutive time here in this doubleheader.
Collins, a guy with a two-seam fastball that averages around 83 miles per hour, change-up, slider, and a curveball. Doesn't get a lot of swing and miss, really, and his fastball's, pretty moderate from a velocity standpoint, but he's deceptive. Comes over the top a little bit, has a little bit of an unorthodox delivery, you could say, that messes with hitters' timing a little bit. So he's a guy who can be effective. And he had a pretty good outing last time out.
4 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts, 71 pitches overall. The no walks is the big part because you look at the start before that, 6, 2, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 2. That's his last 10 in a row in terms of amount of walks. They know he can, calm his manager and calm the defense behind him with the breaking balls and the off speed, but looking to get a few more guys out with that fastball as well.
He throws the fastball a lot, so the command is really, really important to him. And he had it last time out, but there's been some outings this year where he has not. So we may know early on what kind of an outing this is going to be.
Ron Williams Jr., Cesar Cuevas, Joey Weimer, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the first inning. Get a look at Ron Williams Jr. at the top of this lineup. Cesar hitting second, looking to boost that offensive production a little bit as well. Reminder, you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube. We're also on Twitter now for our live stream.
That's right.
So Ron Williams Jr. will step in to begin things here this afternoon.
Ron Williams Sr. has been a regular in the stands lately, I've noticed. They're big fans of their son, which is cool to see.
First pitch at 5:30 p.m. Game time temperature 77 degrees here in Utica, Michigan. Williams Jr. with a .250 average. Driven in 10 runs as well. He's 3 for his last 6 with an RBI and a double.
And of course he had the one hit against Ty in that big ball game.
Filtered over to first, and Gray able to tag the bag for the first out. Check the defense behind Zane Collins here today. Brought to you by AAA. Grimes and McKinley, the corner outfielders. Vaughn patrolling centers, the captain of the outfield here. Maselli and Gray on the corners. Pontius and Hoover up the middle as your double play combination. And Torres behind the plate here today. And that hit off Ty Hensley in the 3rd inning. It looked like it might be one of those games where both Ty Hensley and Garrett Crispin take a no-hitter deep. Garrett obviously took it to the 7th. And the more impressive part as well, after Ty maybe aired it out a little bit in that 6th because he thought, well, you know, this guy on the other side has a no-hitter. He doesn't show any signs of slowing down. He had a 1-2-3 6th inning to Crispin as well. So Hensley sat there for a little while. It was, what, a 6 or 7 batter inning, and he came out for the 7th and made it 1-2-3. Strikeout, strikeout, flyout. Like nothing had ever happened.
Right. You know, both pitchers were actually undone by sloppy defense a little bit too. The outing could have been even cleaner had it been played a little bit better defensively behind them.
Ran into Jim Essien on the concourse just before we went on air here tonight.
Couldn't have been happy with last night's game.
Well,
his team didn't give up though, which is good.
They won, and I think maybe that's what he is, you know, thinking. It was just a quick exchange, and I said, Jim, wild game last night. And he said, turns out Haffey's home run meant more than we ever thought.
More than they thought, yeah, sure. Well, he was. Remind me, I'm drawing a blank on what pitcher he was facing at that. Was it Shanahan?
Yes, I want to say.
Yeah, I think it was Shanahan, and he didn't have a bad outing, but he was pitching from behind in that at bat, and that against a hitter like Haffey, that's really going to cost you. He was able to really gear up for the pitch he wanted and hammered it.
It was a leadoff solo shot in the 7th.
Ooh.
Here's a high fly ball hooking to the line and left over the foul pole and gone. Wow, that's what we saw the first time around for Caesar, and now he's got his 2nd.
He has the ability to pull the ball hard with some authority. He pulls his hands inside, and he's able to keep that one just barely fair over the foul pole, and that's impressive. You know, he hasn't shown a ton of power, but he's pulled 2 balls hard like that and shows that he's got the ability to do it if you make a mistake.
The wind is blowing straight out, but he still put a good swing into it. Do you see where it landed?
I didn't. I was concentrating on the foul pole, so I didn't see the land, but I saw that it was definitely fair.
And Eric says it's technically out of the ballpark. I mean, over the
pavilion?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's that black fence, which isn't too far away from the pavilion right there.
This guy here can definitely hit him over the pavilion.
He sure can. He showed it in the All-Star game in the Home Run Derby. For a while there was going toe-to-toe with Ross Haffey, but that said, he has still not hit a extra base hit in game action, official game action.
Yeah, it's hard to figure.
Maselli for the 2nd out, like nothing happened.
Nice quick exchange there by Maselli. Quick arm action.
Now Sam Troyer trying to break out of his recent funk. He was 4 for his first 7 after coming back from the broken hand 5 weeks later. That was at the very end of August. First 2 games, that was actually a doubleheader for the Beavers. Thread the needle ball onto the glove of Hoover. That'll go for a base hit here. Since just 6 for 25. And this is a hitter that the Beavers would love to rely upon down this stretch run.
Oh, yes. Versatile. Plays a couple different spots. And he's going to be in there. He's going to be in the middle of that lineup somewhere, but if he could get hot at the right time.
Before that one, he was hitless in his last 4. First pitch down low to Alec Allred. So we talked about Alec a little bit in the pregame shows. Last time with the USPBL in 2018, hit 204 with a pair of doubles, 7 walks and 16 strikeouts. Some depth at the catcher position.
Nice big jump for Troyer there.
And that's something that he can also do very efficiently. Hasn't shown it a whole lot so far in his time in the USPBL, but he was a big-time base stealer in college.
When you're facing a left-hander like this, it's really got a lot to do with reading their move, and he looks like a intelligent base runner to me who is able to read moves and get good jumps that way. Not necessarily a burner on the bases, but somebody who just knows how to run the bases effectively.
21 for 25 his senior year at Evansville, as Alec Allred able to coax a walk here, so puts runners in first and second with 2 outs, and a hot hitter of late, Romero Harris, coming to the plate. Was our Michigan Surgery Specialist Player of the Game a couple nights ago, thanks to his 2 RBI double. Also had a nice sliding catch in a critical spot. Greg Vaughn Jr. staring straight in the sun. Got a late break, but able to recover and record the 3rd out here of the 1st inning. A moonshot by Cesar Cuevas makes it a 1-0 game in favor of the Beavers here on the USPBL Network.
As we continue to respond to COVID-19 in our communities, Ascension Michigan is with you in this, and we are doing what matters to keep you safe in our care. At our hospitals and sites of care across the state, Ascension Michigan has additional safeguards in place. We are limiting visitors, ensuring proper social distancing in our waiting rooms, offering more online visits, and performing rigorous procedures to clean and disinfect. Our care teams are delivering babies and performing surgery. Now more than ever, it's important not to delay your health care. Schedule your appointments. Make sure children are getting their vaccinations. And if you have an emergency, don't wait. Go straight to your closest Ascension ER. Thank you for continuing to protect yourself and our community by washing your hands, wearing a face covering, and social distancing. Our doctors, nurses, and staff are ready for you when you need us. This is what we do best.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Justin Revels going against Zane Collins here tonight. Looking to bounce back from that last outing where he gave up 8 hits and 5 runs, all earned in 3 2/3. Dan?
Left his fastball, his 4-seam fastball up in the zone a little bit too often the last time out. He does have a 2-seamer as well, which has nice tail and sink to it, and his slider is definitely his plus pitch, his out pitch. He's got a real projectable frame and a short arm action that he can be very effective with here, and he's a guy who's won some ball games. You know, he's been successful. He's been effective for the squad.
And if he can find it going down this playoff stretch, he could just snatch that 3rd starting role for the Beavers, which they would love to see him do.
Sure. Well, he's got 5 wins. I mean, there's not a lot of guys with 5 wins. So he's been effective.
Primarily a ground ball pitcher, but his junior year of college kind of became the strikeout pitcher that we have seen up until this point. 10 walks to 31 strikeouts, so that's a K per 9 of 7. And a walk per 9 of 2.4. Throw strike 67% of the time. 2-0 is lifted foul. The breeze has calmed down. That flag nearly limped. The pennant's moving a little bit more to left, which may have aided. That Cueva shot literally out of the ballpark in left field.
Nearly pushed it foul, too.
I think it went almost directly over the foul pole.
Yeah, I think it did. The DMC foul pole.
Mm-hmm. Here's the 3-1. In tight. Only his 11th walk of the year, so that really hasn't been a huge issue for Justin Revels this year. Let's check the defense behind Justin here tonight, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Smith in left, Weimer in center, and Harris in right. Jonathan Brandt playing third base here today in game 1 of the doubleheader. Troyer and Cuevas up the middle, Williams at first, and Allred behind the plate to complete the battery. That look brought to you by AAA of Michigan.
Rebels does not walk a lot of guys, but keep in mind, death, taxes, and Greg Vaughn walks. That's the 3 things you can count on in life.
He's got a 5-game on base streak between his walks and hits that he's been getting lately.
But for a guy who really wasn't swinging the bat well early to have a on-base percentage in the 450 range, he must be taking his share of walks.
Gotten his average up to 240, which doesn't sound like a huge deal, but he started in the depths of the average column this season. .161. 10 games ago, Dan.
Wow.
So to jump from 161 to 240 with 71 at-bats.
Right.
There's a 71 plate appearances, 50 ABs, but
sample size is going to be his friend. You know, he's hit a lot of balls hard. He hasn't chased out of the zone, so the more he stays at it, the more hits he's going to get. Those averages work themselves out.
Good block by Allred. There's Ron Williams Jr. holding on. Greg Vaughn Jr. So the 2 juniors saying hellos here in the first game of the doubleheader.
We have had Greg Vaughn Sr. at a game as well. We talked about.
We have.
Ron Williams Sr. a little bit earlier.
Good change of speeds there, and he gets a big-time strikeout, falling behind both Greg Vaughn Jr. and Maselli here. Gets him with the sinker there. Some good action to it, though.
Yeah, he gets pretty good sink and tail on that pitch, especially when he keeps it down in the zone.
Get a second look at it. I mean, that started maybe around the chin of Anthony Maselli and drifted down a little bit to the top of the letters. Curveball in for strike 1. Slider, I beg your pardon. It has curveball action, though, because it is more of a curveball grip. Sinker, 4-seam, slider, changeup.
It's got significant vertical break, too.
The curveball was something he threw pretty much all his career up until Illinois Springfield, the Division II school where he was named to the All-Decade team. Didn't really work on the curveball much going from the offseason to arriving at 4-year ball. And his coach recognized that because his curve didn't have good action at that point, and he said, why don't you try a slider? In the back of Revel's mind, he knew he had a pretty good curveball. He just hadn't worked on it in a while. He went with it. He didn't say a word, and then the slider became easily his best pitch his junior year.
Right.
2-1 is a swing and a miss by Grice here. Then developed a changeup his senior year of college because they knew, as one of the better pitchers in his conference at the Division II level, that teams would start to catch on to the fastball slider combo. Solid hit by Nate Grice.
For a guy who hasn't played much, he still has pretty good at-bats when he gets up there.
He likes that high and in pitch, which that one was close to reaching that area. Averages 100.3 miles an hour on the exit velocity when it's thrown there. That was more middle and up, but regardless.
In the last, 4 times we've seen him, his appearances have been pretty spread out, but August 20th, he hit a home run. August 29th, he actually robbed a home run in the outfield. Last time out, he had a walk and a hit. He's found ways to be pretty effective, even though it's been probably a week between starts for him for a while.
And although it's a righty-lefty difference, these two look a lot the same, the way they hit in terms of Grice and Gray. Maybe it's because they both almost sound the same, too.
Right.
But I've confused them here on a couple plays. That bounces right to Caesar. Can't pick it up in the end. Off the bat at 103. A sizzling shot there by Zach Gray for a hit. You'd think, right?
I would hope so. When you hit it that hard, I think it should be a hit. Wouldn't be a very fair error for R.J. Williams either.
And Dan, it looks like they disagree.
Yeah, that's harsh. Zach Gray says, what do you got to do to get a hit around here? Well, in my notes, I'm calling it a hit. I can do what I want.
Mahalik swings and misses up top there. 237 average for him. 17 runs driven in. He's hitting 375 in his last 10 with 6 ribbies as well. Pond full of ducks for these Hoppers with 1 out. 0-1. Shifted on the ground to Troyer. Gets through, and that's going to score 2 runs.
Well, we talked about the John Hodo error the other day, how on a double play ball that could have ended the inning, dropped it, and how big of a play that was. And that's a similar ball right there. It's a tailor-made double play ball that gets you out of it, and instead it scored a run and tied this ball game, and now we've only got 1 out and we're still going.
One thing that may go unnoticed, as Grice was rounding the second base bag, he kind of stopped for an extra second in front of Troyer, so maybe affected the vision and route that he was going to take to that ball. Regardless, that's the first 2 runs of the game now for the Hoppers. It's 2-1 here in the bottom of the first inning. More runs than we have seen, it seems like, in the last 2 days.
Right.
Besides the one in the outburst in the 7th. Well, the Utica Unicorns last night. Sinking line drive to left center field. Smith with a good jump, and he's able to corral that for out number 2 here in the 7th. And Jordan Pontius will be the 7th batter to the plate and the last chance all of a sudden here in the first. First person against the player of the game will win a free oil change courtesy of Kozak's Mr. Muffler here today. You can post your selection of the player in the comments section of the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube before the end of the second inning. You can also try to win a JJ the Field General plush toy by guessing the final score of today's game, including the total runs for each team. Pontius takes the ball high. Fluttering pop-up that's going to scoot its way foul. Jake Hoover, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the first. That's all the Hoppers need, is to be granted more runs.
right,
in this push to the playoffs. They've done a pretty good job of executing overall.
Yeah, you have to convert when they give you an out. Can't give them any extra outs.
So maybe, Dan, they have changed the Zach Gray error to a hit because there's only one error on the board and 2 hits.
Okay.
You'd think the Troyer one is for sure an error.
Yes, definitely.
And I guess that is exactly what they've done. Makes sense. If I was Zach Gray, I'd be heavily campaigning.
Right.
If you hit a ball 103 miles an hour for a hit. And that's what they did. Take a look at the shadows. They're always a factor in game 1 of the doubleheader. Starting to creep towards the pitcher's mound. High, 3-2 on Jordan Pontius. Full count delivery with the runners in motion here with 2 outs, and he's able to spoil it away. Well, for Justin in his last start, it was a very large 3rd inning for the Hoppers that chased him out of the game not too far off, or later than that. 9 batters came to the plate. The first 4 in the order all scored. He's going to get out of things here in the first, giving up 2 runs. The leadoff walk by Greg Vaughn Jr. and the 1-out single by Nate Grice come around to score thanks to the ball hit by Zach Gray and Riley Mahalik as the inning went on. Now time for Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's. Here today, which band performs the hit song I Want to Know What Love Is?
I want to know what love is.
Is it Journey, REO Speedwagon, Def Leppard, or Foreigner?
These bands are kind of all in the same category. I know it's not Def Leppard. It's either Journey or REO Speedwagon, I think. I'm going to go with REO Speedwagon C. Oh, man. I didn't even get the 50-50 right.
Have you gotten any of these right on the classic
rock? I'm below 500 for sure. I've gotten some of them, but I'm below 500.
USPBL.com/shop, your spot for everything USPBL merchandise. You can pick up the sweatshirts, which have been popular lately with the temperature cooling as these night games unfold. Maybe a little bit more towards the 70-degree mark by the time the sun sets here today, how we started at least.
Yeah, it's not sweatshirt weather right now, though.
Second inning coming up here for Zane Collins. He faced 6 in the first, gave up a single run off the home run by Cesar Cuevas that he hit literally out of the ballpark down the left field line of the back fence behind the Chevrolet Pavilion out there. He'll face Ashanti Wheatley, Jalen Smith, and Jonathan Brandt, your Zach Hart agency 3-man duo. Talked to Shane McCaddy before the game about Zane Collins, and he said they're starting to like the fluidity of his timing. He had a lot of changes with his arm path this year, so that's been something, Shane and Alan and Justin have all talked to us about, and why maybe his starts have been inconsistent so far. I want him to finish a little bit better at the end of his delivery as well. Maselli at third base starts a little bit in and tight to the line.
JJ, battle position.
What's he looking at there?
Maybe some food he wants?
Some nachos. 1-1 on Wheatley. Collins working pretty efficiently here. Looking to have a quicker second inning. Curveball, swing and a miss in the dirt. And Torres able to complete that. First strikeout of the night for Zane Collins. Came in 22 walks to 28 Ks. Updated from this game, 23 walks to 29 Ks now. He's maybe happy to see the wind die down a little bit. It was blowing straight out to left field.
Ooh.
Line drive to left, that one in the same area, but hooked foul, and again out of the park. My goodness.
Yep, he hammered that. He's kind of got that Gary Sheffield type swing, you know, the way that he sort of cocks his hands.
Takes a close pitch outside, checking into play today, 182. Shown some good power, 3 doubles and 2 home runs. 3-1 on the left fielder. And just as I say the wind has died down, it literally snap of the finger,
right
pick back up. Surrenders a walk, his second of the game for Collins. He walked Allred back in the first. Here's Jonathan Brandt now, playing third base here today for the Beavers. Talked to him before the game about, maybe seeing the ball a little bit better, and he said, hey, I'm surprised that my walks have hiked up since I've been in the 9-hole.
Right, that is weird.
On the ground, second base side, Pontius stretches out. Phenomenal play for the second out here in the second.
He's a solid second baseman. That's what keeps him in the lineup day after day.
Robs a hit there from Jonathan Brandt. Difference between first and second and 1 out, and a runner on second and 2 outs, which it is here. Ron Williams Jr. with an easy ground ball the first time to Zach Gray. Bats with a runner in scoring position here. Second time that's happened for the Beavers this evening, as that one rides outside 1-0. Zane Collins would love to get out of the inning right here without facing any more batters. Got in on his hands, shifted to Pontius. Gets his sprint to the left in there.
Playing back.
Easier that time, but
playing back helped him get to that one.
2 pretty nice plays to end the second inning of play here. Now time for your DTE Energy Kid Race. The mascot here today.
Ray B, Ray B,
It's
Ray
Buzz.
B.
Buzz coming out.
Give him a head start.
It's Carter.
Buzz gets a little yippy out there. Oh boy, he didn't look like he stretched or anything today. This kid is going to lap him. Look at this kid.
Burning
look,
speed.
hit the inside of the bag. Yeah,
Yeah, I like it.
Look, he's rounding third. Look at him.
Nice.
Forget about it.
Pumping those arms all the way to the finish, and Carter has a blow-away performance against Buzz.
Buzz should go back to posing for photos after that race.
He just might. More after this on the USPBL Network.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Ostlund's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Ostlunds are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
8-9-1 to face Justin Rubbles here in the second inning. It's Jake Hoover, Antonio Torres, and Greg Vaughn Jr. Justin Rebels in the first inning faced the first 7 in the order. Greg Vaughn Jr., the leadoff walk, he came around to score. Then the strikeout to Anthony Maselli for the first out. It was a big one. The single by Nate Grimes put runners on first and second. Vaughn Jr. did swipe a bag, his 6th of the year before that. And the single hotly off the bat of Zach Gray loaded the bases. The error putting Riley Mahalik on drove in both base runners as Sam Troyer saw one trickle past his glove into center field. Good running by Nate Grimes to go from first to home there. And then the line out by McKinley and the line out by Pontius got him out of the inning. Hoover still struggling at the plate early on, 167, but has made some outstanding defensive plays.
He's definitely another glove first type shortstop, I think.
In the minor leagues last year, 239 average. Showed a little bit of doubles power, 12 doubles, 3 triples. Drove in 16 runs and 159 at-bats. That was time with the Arizona Rookie League Texas squad and the Spokane team and a short as well.
Be interesting to see what happens with that club next year. A lot of the short season A and rookie ball clubs are losing their affiliation, it sounds like.
Committed just 4 errors all year long. Turned 14 double plays. Fielding percentage of .955 between those 2 stops.
Here's a nice pitch. More of that, Rebels isn't going to give up any more runs if he keeps putting it there.
Antonio Torres, 200 average on the year, but his last 10, he's quietly hit 300. Hits in 2 of his last 3 games. Saw him hit a big Unicorns when he was on Jim Essian's team. His former skipper sitting right behind him there as he fouls that off. That got him really close, but well, it was I wasn't here for that, but I think it was a 5-4 loss.
Yep.
Second game of the doubleheader. Outside, 1-1. You talked to Justin Rebels. I wasn't able to talk to him before this start, but before his last start, you know, his feeling on this year, pretty happy, just because he really hadn't thrown on a mound in a competitive game in over a year.
Right.
With how his performances have shaked out thus far. Really focused on getting his velocity up after college. His fastball has reached 91 here in the USPBL this year. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but his forte growing up was focusing on how his ball moved in a positive direction, and in turn getting ground balls. And even his sophomore year of college, we talked about his junior year, but his sophomore year of college, pretty low Ks in his junior college season. The slider, what allowed him to get a lot of swings and misses, but also get a decent amount of ground balls as well.
It's a little bit of an unusual trajectory. Usually you hear about pitchers who kind of start out as power guys and then they learn more about sinking the ball and things like that.
Poke to the gap in left center field. That's going to get by Weimer and stay in play. Torres cruising his way to second base. And boy, that might just be a weapon off the bench going forward for Paul Noce if he can continue to swing the bat. That's his 3rd double of the year.
Yeah, he's got that ability. He's got the bat speed. He can definitely hit for extra base hits. Looks like a little bit of a guess hitter, someone who you can maybe get out front of the breaking ball a little bit, but he can definitely get you an extra base hit.
Launch angle, one of the highest in the league. That swing, 26.6.
Rebels left that ball up a little bit.
First pitch slider in for strike one on Greg Vaughn Jr. here.
He's lucky he got that strike there with catcher dropping the ball. A lot of times umpires won't give it to you if the catcher drops the ball.
Greg hitting .333 in his last 10, a pair of doubles, but 8 walks. And 9 if you add the one back in the first inning. He's made a conscious effort to try to shorten up his swing as the year has gone on. And everything clicking right now. Ooh, what a play by Branover at first. Threw it high and over the glove of Williams. They're going to wave the runner around third base. That's Torres, and he's going to get there
eventually
without a throw.
You couldn't see it on the feed, I don't think, but Antonio slid and he just stuck in the ground about a foot and a half short of home plate.
And he crawled his way there.
And the crowd and his teammates giving him the business a little bit.
Greg Vaughn Jr. gets to second base as well. They could see it, Dan. Just they didn't miss the plate, but they saw.
He crawled to the plate.
Army crawl.
Yeah.
Just get it on our YouTube monitor here. The second inning brought to you by DTE Energy. You can follow the USPBL on Twitter at USPBL as well. Second error of the game committed by the Beavers here tonight. It started okay for Jonathan Brandt at the start of that play.
And E6 and E5 account for all 3 runs, correct? Two run score on the...
Correct, yes. 2 runs on the Mahalik tapper to short, and a run on the ground ball to third.
So it's 2 games in a row now. You know, the Unicorns a little bit sloppy in their loss, and now the Beavers, you know, just giving away too many outs. It's really the heart of what Moneyball gets at, is that you've got, you know, X number of outs in the game. In this league, it's 21. You know, in the majors, it's 27. But how do you best make use of opportunities to score? That's really the crux of what Moneyball is all about from an offensive standpoint.
And you look at the playoff push here for the Diamond Hoppers, it's not necessarily that they've completely outscored their opponents in terms of they're putting up 10-9 game. They've just only hits. You look back at their first game, a 2-0 win versus the Beavers on September 2nd. A 4-0 win on September 3rd versus the Unicorns. Second game of the doubleheader last weekend, 5-2 win over these Beavers. Played them again on the 7th, a 3-1 win, and then their last game against the Woolly Mammoths, a 3-1 win as well. So just timely hitting, which can be big as you go down a playoff stretch. That's the second K looking for Justin Revels here in the second. He's got 3 in total. Dave Page says Torres take a bow, hashtag not top 10. We've seen it once in the USPBL already. Torres might agree. He was a good spirit about it.
Was it the Derek Hurt in the umpire thing?
Yep.
Was that not top 10? Okay.
And then we had the real top 10 with Jake Hoover.
Right.
Last week. That was Sunday, right?
Yes.
Runner on second base here with 2 outs is Greg Vaughn Jr., a man with some wheels.
Or was it Labor Day? Those 2 games run together.
Yeah, they all run together, Dan.
Right.
At this point.
But back-to-back day games are definitely going to do it.
This one in for strike 2.
What do you think of the Frog uniforms?
I like them. They're sharp. 0-2 through the thickets. And they're not too over the top either.
No, they're not. They're relatively subtle, you know, considering what they are.
I think they did a good job with them.
Minor league baseball. Gotta have some cool jerseys. That's part of the deal.
You have a favorite one you've seen out of the less everyday type of?
Throughout all the minor leagues?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I think just from a scheme standpoint, I like the Bananas. Is it the Savannah Bananas?
Mm-hmm. They're a summer collegiate team, right?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know if I've seen their uniforms. I've heard about them.
For more of a classic type look, although they get into fun stuff too, but for a more classic minor league type look, I do like the Toledo Mud Hens. They have a lot of nice stuff.
2-2 is lifted foul. Looking at the Bananas right now, it's a pretty cool logo. A mean banana face with a bat in their hand.
I've seen on occasion they'll wear 2 different color socks, like a yellow sock and a black sock.
Two and 2 on Nate Grice. Runner on third base here with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. The slider, and he technically strikes out the side here in the second inning. Strikeout to Hoover, strikeout to Maselli, and Grice goes back-to-back to make sure only 1 run scores. All of them have been unearned so far for that man right there who cracks a wry smile.
The difference that we bring to pediatric care isn't just the fact that we care deeply about our patients and want to partner with their parents in delivering the best care for their children, because a lot of pediatricians can deliver great care. What we do differently at Campground Pediatrics is we offer a different environment to deliver that care, and we offer personal service in a way that many practices can't.
It's the Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event going on now at Crest Lincoln. Schedule your remote experience today or visit us here and learn what it means to have vehicle ownership on your terms.
Find some peace this summer in the luxury of the 2020 Lincoln Nautilus. Lease today for only $359 per month. Or drive in comfort and style in the 2020 Lincoln Continental. Lease today for only $361 per month.
Make a summer memory today. Visit us at Crest Lincoln in Sterling Heights or shop now at crestlincoln.com.
Zane Collins coming on for his third inning of work, much more routine in the second. Struck out the first man he saw. Then they went out, walked to Jalen Smith, the ground out to Brandt, and the ground out by Williams. Got out of it by only facing 4 batters. Ryan Andrazik watching on YouTube, one of the pitchers here in the USPBL for the Mammoths. He says the Bananas also wear kilts.
Oh boy.
I did see a picture of that as I was rolling through their jerseys.
I gotta believe as a baseball player, if you're asked to wear a kilt, you start to question.
How do you wear a kilt while pitching, Ryan? Can you describe that to us?
The White Sox did wear shorts for a brief time in the 70s. Kind of that softball look.
Did they really?
Yes, they did. Don't know exactly how many times they wore them, but they absolutely wore them.
You're making me Google all these things.
Oh yeah, you'll find that one. The White Sox had some ugly type uniforms at various times. Not now. I think they have nice stuff now, but.
Oh wow, that looks horrible.
Yeah, it's pretty awful with the high socks.
They don't even look like major leaguers.
No, they're softball players.
3-1 on Cesar Cuevas. He hit one down the left field line when the wind was blowing straight out, and he punished the ball over the left field foul pole.
You ask me, I think the Players Union needs to get involved if you're asked to wear shorts.
Did they?
I don't know. I think the union was relatively strong at that time. I think they certainly could have gotten involved.
August 8th, the White Sox took the field wearing shorts instead of traditional baseball pants during the first game of a doubleheader against the Kansas City Royals. Despite winning the game 5-2, the shorts were such a disaster, the White Sox dressed in pants for the second game, which they lost 7-1.
Pickle pizza.
Caesar. Ducking. And Gray will get his sprints in to record out number 1. Is that the third day of a pickle pizza?
I think so.
Half off at Sherwood Brewing?
I think so. He tried to go first movement there on Zane Collins, and he did not guess right. He stayed in that pickle a long time. That's about as long of a pickle as we've had.
Yeah, a lot of our pickles have been kind of uneventful.
Right. With my coaching today, I did not have time to pick up a pickle pizza, but I'm writing it down again. I think Sunday, I may have more time on a Sunday. Plus, we got a day game tomorrow, so I can bring it home with me on the way home.
Sure. Swing and a miss by Joey Weimer here. Bases clear with 1 out. So it looks like 1976 was the year that they did that.
I think it was a couple years later they had the disco demolition thing, didn't they? You know about that one?
Sounds familiar.
It was against the between games of a doubleheader against the Tigers. Actually, they had a disco demolition promotion where people brought their disco records and they were going to blow them up on the field, and it turned into basically a riot, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, and the Tigers were awarded the second game forfeit.
Huh.
I want to say that was '79. I believe Sparky Anderson was the manager. I think it was his first year managing the Tigers.
Here's the 3-2. Ooh, cutting pitch inside. Nice slider. Had some bite to it for his second K.
Weimer really pulled his head on that ball. He's got to change some things with his approach. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but you know, to me it looks like he's too rotational. He pulls off the ball, kind of leans back as he swings, and that creates something of a hole in your swing, especially on balls that are away or down and away. It's very tough to drive those balls with authority.
Zane Collins' slider, his best swing and miss pitch coming into tonight. 18% swings and misses on that. Ooh, didn't notice that one. Hoover coming
nice
from
play.
nowhere for out number 3.
He's got great actions at short.
My goodness. Collins faces the minimum after the leadoff walk here in the third. Get your half-off pickle pizza tomorrow, Sherwood Brewing. Now time for JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union here today. Actually, we will see that maybe in the second game here. They're not actually doing that in-house.
Well, I certainly don't see JJ. The umpire's standing there with no water.
Back with more after this, maybe in the second game.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First, you have our attention 24/7.
They call it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and the roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Justin Revels to face the middle of the order here in the third inning. It's Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, and Trevor McKinley stepping to the plate. Brought to you by Zach Hart Agency, trying to add to this 2-1 lead. 3-1 lead, I beg your pardon.
Been a pretty hot part of the order for the Hoppers the last couple of weeks. Of course, Vaughn is usually in there somewhere as well, but that, Gray, Mahalik, Vaughn, McKinley part of the order has been very productive for the Hoppers.
Vaughn has already reached twice today at the top of the order. Walk-in and error back in the second. Zach Gray scalded a ball down the first base line, 103.5. Off the glove of the first baseman Williams, who ranged over on it, awarded with a hit.
Eventually.
Zach.
Eventually was.
That's now 6 hits in his last 7. Coming off a 2-for-3 game. He hit 2 balls really hard in that one as well. I think at least one over 100 miles an hour.
Well, a week ago today, the last doubleheader, he was 2 home runs and 1 near home run.
We're going to see that average exit velocity, I think, continue to go up for Gray if he keeps swinging like he is lately. It's at 84 coming into this game. He actually maxed out his previous high 101.9 coming into today. So adding a couple more miles an hour to that swing back in the first. Here's the 0-2. Good takedown low and inside. He also has a really good eye.
Surprised he didn't let it fly on that one. That's the type of ball that he often hits pretty hard, down and in. He's going to get a slider here, it looks like. Oh.
Nearly hit him.
Revels kind of pulled that across a little bit. Looks like he was trying to throw it at his back foot, but just pulled it across a little too far.
Revels, in now 40 innings even, has only hit 1 batter this year. That's the least from...
That's low for this league.
Yeah. It's the least on the Beavers in terms of his sample size, just kind of looking at some of the guys who have started or gotten a lot of innings out of the pen. Now he's in danger of walking Zach Gray. Went from 0-2 to 3-2. Reminder, you can chime in with us on Facebook and YouTube. Sonia on Facebook says, watching from Marietta, California. Let's go, Caesar. Terry Kessler McCarthy says, hello from Shelby Township. Also on Facebook here today. And after 0-2 and a pretty close 0-2 pitch, 3 not-so-close pitches to Zach Gray, and he will work his 15th walk of the year. Gray has not walked a lot lately. His walk-to-strikeout ratio a little bit more uneven than we saw at the beginning of the year. And actually, that is his first walk in his last 10. Hasn't struck out a whole lot. 5 strikeouts in that stretch.
Right. He's been getting some pitches to hit, and sometimes you benefit from the guys hitting behind you in the order, too. Mahalik's been pretty hot. We mentioned Vaughn was often behind him in the order, and he may be getting better overall pitches to hit as a result of that.
Running lead off first base. He's going to try to swipe it here. That one poked to right, and he's going to have to scamper back. Harris might put on some pressure for the first out.
I think that was probably a hit and run. I don't think Gray's the type that gets the straight steal a lot. And that type of situation, you really want to try to get on top of the ball more, not elevate it. But Mahalik's really a guy who elevates the ball most of the time, or at least that's the type of swing that he has. Probably not a great fit for the hit and run, really, compared to some other guys.
Yeah, because of that, Rebels not really paying much of any attention to him. Does take a peek over there as it's a much shorter lead. Just a step and a half off the bag. Here's Trevor McKinley. 229 average coming into today, and a line out back in the first inning for the second out. Nobody throwing in either bullpen. There's a little bit of stirring in the Hoppers pen currently, but you think Zane Collins would at least pitch the fourth, the way he's kind of pieced things back together. And really the first inning wasn't all too bad. The solo shot by Caesar got the second out right away. Then the single and the walk by Troyer and Allred, and the lineup by Harris ended the threat. Faced just 4 in the second and the minimum in the third after the leadoff walk and got the pickle. Same spot he hit his last one. This one carrying a little bit more to left center field. It's going to bang off the wall. Zach Gray moving to third, and McKinley going to camp in with his 4th double of the year.
Well, that wind is doing a little something out there, because off the bat that looked like it was a relatively routine fly ball, and it just kept going. Kept carrying.
The flags registering that a little bit. It's more so the pennants that show it right now.
Yeah, more to dead left as opposed to center.
Jordan Pontius trying to cash in and a couple RBI chances here at second and third.
A little surprised the Beavers are playing back here. But Pontius will take advantage.
Troyer has no play in the end.
I don't know. I think he might have given up on that a little too quick.
Checked the runner coming home, Gray, a couple times, and then he decided he would eat it as Pontius ends up with, I guess, an infield single.
I guess. I mean, he had no chance of getting Gray, so I don't know why he was looking home there. It may just be he doesn't have a lot of experience playing shortstop lately, but that's a play at first or nowhere, and he should have come up throwing to first right away. He's playing back for a reason. When you're playing back, you're not thinking about coming home. That's not part of what you're considering.
Seen him play shortstop a couple times lately. That was back on the 7th, which was Monday.
He looked okay over there.
And that was
made a couple nice plays. I think Von Joshua will have a talk with him when he goes in right now. It's, that really turned out to be a worst case scenario for the Beavers, because Von Joshua has him playing back in order to make sure they get an out, and then he wasn't even able to convert the out. Had they played him in, they might have had a shot at the guy at home.
Hot shot out the back of Hoover, and that's going to zoom its way to the gap in left center field. McKinley going to score easily. Right behind him is Jordan Pontius. It's a 2 RBI, 2-base hit for Jake Hoover, his second and third RBIs in the USPBL.
Starting to swing the bat better lately. He started out a little bit cold, when he first got to the league, but he's been taking some good swings of late, and he hammered that ball in the gap pretty good.
So 3 good swings in a row against Justin Revels here. Extends this lead now to 6-1. Save some for the second game, boys.
Right.
The count a little bit more. Antonio Torres had a good swing his first time up the double. Went to that same gap in left center field. Now we see some movement in the Beavers pen as Von Joshua comes out. That's Gavin Wayman throwing. Decent outing for Gavin Wayman. Just the walks kind of tagged him. It was a 4-inning start on Saturday. Gave up just 1 hit but walked 4 and struck out 6. 2 runs, both earned, given up. So we'll see if we see Gavin Wayman here. You wouldn't think that they're going to let Revels go much past this inning unless he can record it out pretty soon.
I think this has been a better outing for Revels than it may end up appearing on paper later. Some sloppy defense behind him really cost him, and even a situation or two that wasn't necessarily an error. They just didn't convert outs when they really should have.
66 pitches deep currently. An 0-1 count on the number 9 hitter.
That ball had good tailing action to it.
Caesar over to first base for the second out. And turn it back to the top of the order, and Greg Vaughn Jr., and he's already the 7th man to bat here in the 3rd inning. 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, and 3 and possibly counting here in the 3rd with a runner on 3rd base. They also sent 7 to the plate back in that 1st. Zach Gray coming around to score here in the 3rd off the leadoff walk. On the double by Jake Hoover, plated McKinley and Jordan Pontius. Floated foul. Greg Vaughn Jr. just continues to get on base. Scored his 7th run of the year back in the 1st. Here's the 0-1. Jeremy Addo alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here today. PJ Grudowski, our director. Jeremiah Hergot, our graphics operator and producer here tonight. First of 2 here on the USPBL network. Slider outside, blocked well by Allred. Alec Allred playing his first game this year in the USPBL. Played with the Mammoths in the past. He's actually spent some time as the director of baseball operations and the co-owner of a fairly new summer collegiate league, the Old North State League. So maybe some management in his future.
It's those catchers, I'm telling you. They're thinkers.
2-2 slider, lollipop variety, and past the glove of Jonathan Brandt.
That hit the bag.
It might have. Brandt didn't look very comfortable down at third base there.
He looked in position, and then all of a sudden the ball was by him. It took some type of a bad hop. I'm not sure if it was the bag or not.
It was close to it. It's hard to exactly tell whether it did hit the bag right there. First pitch to Maselli, high and in. He struck out twice here tonight, and that's been a rarity for him lately, because he came into this game 16 walks, 18 strikeouts, which wasn't really the case at the beginning of the year, but that's something that he's leveled off a little bit. Paul Noce has him in the 2 spot here today. He's hit kind of all over. Lead off at the beginning, towards the bottom when he was struggling, and now back up in the order again here today.
Allred's having a little trouble receiving today, but, you know, it's hard to get on him too much about it at this point. It's his first day in and probably hasn't been playing very much, at least not live. Brand new pitching staff, of course.
Ouch. Two and one, and hobbled now is Anthony Maselli.
Yeah, that got him pretty good. He's using his bat as a cane basically right now. He's gonna have to give it a minute.
Paul Noce is gonna go and check on him here. A few games underway in Major League Baseball here this early evening. Texas up 5-1 over the Oakland Athletics. That's in the bottom of the 5th. Atlanta has a 1-0 lead on Washington in the top of the 2nd. Philadelphia hopping all over the Marlins the end of the 1st inning, 4-0. How about the Marlins still sticking in it?
Yep.
After the
Marlins and the Orioles, those are the two that get me.
Wow, shattered bat goes to the right of Revels, but foul. I mean, the Marlins were really the first team that everybody made a big deal out of for the COVID outbreak. Then the other ones started to filter, and I think everybody kind of forgot about what happened there. And I think there was maybe some misinformation represented, because at one time, kind of in the heart of those cancellations for the Marlins, we heard, oh, they came together as a team and they decided they were going to play.
Right.
And I think some of those rumors have since been dispelled, but it came into play today, 21-20, just 3 games back of the Atlanta Braves. Philadelphia in second place, so that's a big start for the Phillies. Two inside. 3-2 on Maselli. Here's the 3-2. Fly ball to center field. Weimer started in, now coasting back and into the gloves softly there for out number 3 here in the third. These hoppers send 8 more to the plate. It's the highest we've seen so far, and score 4 runs off the leadoff walk by Zach Gray here on the USPBL Network.
Hi, I am Allison with the Sports Performance Tip of the Game, brought to you by DMC Physical Therapy and Sports Medicine. You don't need an expensive gym membership or equipment to stay fit. During the coronavirus, we have all found creative ways to stay in shape. There are many things you can find or even use around your home. For example, you can fill up a backpack with books and wear it on your back for resisted squats. You want to stand with your feet shoulder width apart, just wider than shoulder width apart. Sit back with your hips, keep the chest high, and repeat this for 2 sets of 10. An exercise like this one that uses your own body weight is one of the simplest ways you can work out at home.
Congratulations to today's graduate of the game from Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. At MSGCU, we're for teachers. That means anyone that's ever taught a lesson about anything in life, like how to tie a tie or how to pay attention in online school. We're dedicated to helping all the teachers out there achieve financial success. So if you've ever taught a lesson, MSGCU can help you get the most out of your finances with market-leading rates and low fees.
Senior Spotlight presented by Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union. Lexi Waters, Utica High School, on the USPBL dance crew. So congratulations to Lexi on her graduation, and good luck the rest of the way.
It's one of the biggest things missing from this season is the dance crew. It's usually a big group of both boys and girls that have a big presence every game, and just one of those things that we were not able to include in this COVID summer.
Alec Allred batting here in the 4th inning. Looks at a strike on the corner. Second AB for him, and a walk in his first. That's never a bad way to start after not hitting in a while.
Certainly.
Allred, Harris, and Wheatley, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the 4th.
If you're a pitcher, you really want to be aggressive against a guy like that. You certainly don't want to walk him.
Tying him up inside, 1-2.
Nice pitch.
In there for strike 3.
Williams, painted black, called third strike. The right fielder, number 21, Romero Harris.
3 Ks for Zane Collins now. Harris had a line out to center field, his first timeout. Hops the feet out of the way of that. Maselli in tight at third base here. Two doubles, 2 home run for Harris so far. Make it 3 doubles maybe. Onto the gap in left center field. He's right there. And continuing his hot last 5 games or so. That's his 4th hit in his last 5.
He's got that extra base power. He certainly hasn't been as consistent this year as I think he would have liked, or for what Von Joshua has expected out of him, but there's a lot of pop in his bat.
See anything different out of his ABs?
He's not chasing the ball as much. He's waiting for his pitch with a higher percentage than he was earlier in the year.
First pitch to Wheatley, popped him straight up. Torres, even out of his reach that time. So Wheatley has new life. Wheatley and then Jalen Smith here in the 4th. Here's Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here. Whittled foul. Strikeout in the 2nd for the designated hitter here tonight for Von Joshua's team in game 1. So managers trying a few different things when it comes to this first game. Greg Vaughn Jr. leading off for the Hoppers. We think that could be something we see going forward. If it works out, which it has so far here today, he's gotten on every time.
I think it certainly makes sense to look at it going forward.
And if he responds fine in his first few games, why not try to do it going forward and when it means the most?
Sure.
That's the one thing. You know, he's kind of gotten used to or sunk into that 6-hole lately. Sometimes when you move guys, especially to a position like the leadoff spot, there can be some different approaches taken mentally, whether you tell them that or not. It just happens to some guys.
Right.
But
you know, they start taking too many pitches sometimes, but that's really, he already has that, you know, approach where he sees a lot of pitches and he ends up walking a lot. So that's not really a change of pace for him.
Yeah, it's one thing if you're, you know, trying to hit out of the ballpark every swing and then you're asked to shorten up your swing and
that was an unusual choice. That's an unusual choice there by Harris. That's very poor base running in this type of a situation. You're down 7-1 and that ball's right in front of you. There's no reason to go to third base there.
Hoover took advantage for the 2nd out. And Jalen Smith all of a sudden the last chance here in the 4th inning for the Beavers. Beavers, the visiting team here today. We've seen a lot of these Diamond Hoppers, and these doubleheaders will have one more against each other next week.
As it turns out, the first game next week may not matter. If the Hoppers get this one, that'll get them the tiebreaker between those two teams. They'll clinch the 2 out of 3.
And in that case, for some teams, you know, you might see some maybe non-regular guys start per se, but not sure that'll be the case because of the sporadic nature of the games they have. And you look at it, the earliest, so 2 games next week, right? 1 single versus the Mammoths and the doubleheader on Saturday. But no matter what happens, no matter what seed they get, no matter what, they're not going to play before Friday. So
Yeah,
you're going to roll out your same guys just to get them work.
Yeah, the pitchers especially will need work somewhere.
Whittled in front of the plate. Torres handles it well, and that will get Zane Collins out of the 4th inning. Good job by him to strand the 1-out double. Done a really good job in the last
is a locally owned
3 innings after the rocky first.
We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. FSBcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Want to hit your home cleanup project out of the park? Well, making sure that your driveway is safe from damage? Rent a rubber-wheeled trailer from GFL and keep all of your bases covered. Our trailers come in 20 and 30-yard sizes for all your cleanup needs. Call GFL today to order your driveway-safe rubber-wheeled trailer. Team GFL, helping you win your cleanup project.
Gavin Wayman taking over for Justin Revels here in the 4th inning. Revels went 3, 2 long innings, 7 batters sent to the plate by the Hoppers in the first and 8 in the third, 4 runs overall. But kind of like you said, I mean, all that can't be put to blame by Justin Revels. He has a number of unearned runs here tonight as well.
He does, unearned runs, and also, you know, maybe an earned run or two that his defense could have helped him out on a little bit more. You know, I don't think it was a terrific outing. He certainly left some balls up, and his breaking ball was up a little more often than he would like, I think, but I don't think it was as bad of an outing as it may appear just looking at the box score.
Wayman pitching in his 9th appearance here today, 5th out of the bullpen, 21 2/3 innings hurled thus far, 15 walks to 23 strikeouts. We talked about his last outing, just the 1 red flag, the 4 walks. That was a start in the doubleheader a week ago.
He's got a nice changeup and a good 2-seam fastball. He gets a lot of movement on both of those pitches. His command, you know, sort of like Zane Collins, his command is very important. He doesn't throw the fastball by you, but he wants to avoid the walks, certainly. That was a problem the last time. He did give up a home run to Gray the last time out also. But he's got some good things to work with. Like I said, good movement on his ball.
In that 1 walk, it was in the first inning to Nate Grimes with 2 outs after he had retired the first 2 he saw, was the home run by Gray. But other than that, he started the second with 2 strikeouts and a walk, which you don't necessarily want to do. Often leads to bad things, as he saw in the first, but he was able to get out of that with a line out to Pontius. Faced a minimum in the third after getting a pickoff after a leadoff walk to Maselli, and then got a walk and an error in the 4th and was able to strand both of those base runners. So living dangerously for sure.
Right.
If he can seal down those walks, especially with 2 outs after he recorded the first couple, he can have some very efficient outings, I think, going forward. I think we'll see Zane Collins go 5 in a complete game here today.
I think he certainly can. I don't know if we will or not. Looks like maybe some stirring in the pen there. Is that Nick Leo, possibly? They may just want someone to get work, but Leo's just kind of tossing right now. It might just be an emergency type thing.
Maybe after what they saw yesterday.
Yeah, right.
They thought the game was in hand. The Unicorns, or the Mammoths, that is.
Right.
Nate Grimes, Zach Gray, Riley Mahalik, your Zach Hart agency, 3 men due up here in the 4th inning, trying to pad this lead and hope the pitching can hold on to a 6-run game. And like Dan mentioned earlier, they win this game. That means that they will take 2 out of 3 at least in the doubleheaders. And if these 2 teams end up tied, which is probably unlikely at this point in the push to the playoff standings, then they would ultimately take that tie with the Hoppers.
Well, to have any chance at that, the Beavers are going to have to win game 2.
Sure.
For sure. Another nice swing there by Grice, you know, for someone who's not getting many at-bats. He gives you a pretty good at-bat up there.
It looked like that one might sink. There's another moonshot to right, back towards the stage. Harris wheeling back, looks up, can't get it. Zach Gray with his 6th of the year.
That ball actually didn't go as far as I expected it to. That was right in the zone that he looks to hammer the ball. Right around the knees, out over the plate, and he was right on it. I honestly thought that ball was going to go well over the stage when it came off his bat.
Another Kozak's Mr. Muffler home run here today. Gives the Hoppers an 8-1 lead.
And that's now 2 home runs that Wayman has given up to Gray in as many outings.
Well, if the Beavers do win Game 2 of the doubleheader, they're going to have a different look to their lineup as well. You look at what's sitting on the bench: Freddie Geely, Cameron Comer, TJ Riles, 3 of your normal starters. Marcus Irving, another member available here today for Von Joshua. So these teams certainly trying some things differently in this doubleheader. I mean, we've seen Sam Troyer at shortstop maybe not look as comfortable as he does over at third. Brant's playing third here today. The one earlier, maybe he could have made a play on. The last one looked like it might have hit the bag, and that was fair or foul. I believe they said foul.
They called a foul ball. Mahalik just didn't believe it was foul. I didn't personally get a great look at it, but Mahalik is adamant that it was a fair ball, to the point where he won't even leave second base.
He is adamant that that's a fair ball. We didn't get a great look at it on our YouTube monitor.
He's looking at R.J. Williams like, are you going to help me out? And I don't think he's going to.
Paul Nochi going to have a conversation with the home plate umpire here. But we look at it, so one more game between these two teams in the doubleheader next Saturday, and then the other game against the Utica Unicorns. So the Beavers have a chance to make some noise, because the Unicorns obviously the team in front of them.
Well, it's, even if they, let's say the Hoppers finish with the 1 seed, it's still very important to try to catch the Unicorns. Getting that 2 seed can make all the difference. It saves you an entire 9-inning game from using your pitching. I've never seen anyone so adamant about a ball being fair that he wouldn't leave his base. Unfortunately, it's one of those things that there's no way that's going to get overturned. I mean, the umpire is standing right there.
Even
really be no way to overturn that.
Even less likely in an 8-1 game.
Right.
Inside 3-1 on Riley Mahalik.
Well, the ball doesn't lie, as they say. Let's see what happens next.
A walk.
He wisely threw a changeup there in a situation where Mahalik was looking for a... What is the problem now? He still wanted to talk about that double. I think that's all that was. He was looking for a fastball there. He didn't get it, and he laid off. So nice job by Mahalik to lay off a pitch that was fairly close.
He was looking for his 3rd double in the last 10 games. He's also hit a home run in that stretch. Righty on lefty combination here. Good swing for McKinley his last time up. 2 very similar swings, hit it to the gap in left center field. The first one hung up there and was caught by Jalen Smith. The second one banged off the wall in left center field. Seen a lot of balls carry there here today with the wind blowing in that direction. Cuevas turns to second, over to first. Got him.
Nice looking turn.
Erases the 1 base runner, delivered because of the walk with 1 out. Here in the 4th, last chance for the Beavers when we get back.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it. The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing GreenPath is a no-brainer.
We're for people, the pioneers, the underdogs, the players, and the slow and steadies. We're for people, for who they are and who they could become. Yes, we're a bank. And some say our business is all about money. But that's an old idea. Because look past the money and you'll see real human lives. We see it because we're for people. Huntington, welcome.
Giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store. Hollywood Supermarkets, giving you so much more. Hollywood Supermarkets, your neighborhood grocery store.
Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 5th inning to try to close this game out, Dan.
Yeah, you know what? I really thought St. Collins was going to stay out there. He certainly had enough left in the tank, and he had done a nice job. But it looks like we've got Noah Stroll coming in, who is a guy that we saw earlier in the season and had a sore arm issue. So this is probably a nice opportunity for them to get a look at him without the stakes being too high. You know, they've got a pretty good lead here, and you know, he's a guy that if they're going to find out if he's going to be able to help them going forward, they need to take a look at him at some point.
We've seen him in the bullpen quite a bit, and we haven't really gotten a great gauge on whether that was because he was going to potentially come in a game or just kind of working things and building himself back up to come back in a game.
Right.
Have not seen him since the 24th of July. Feels like so long ago, doesn't it?
It does. It really does.
His numbers on the year, not really worth looking at the ERA from a reliever who's only pitched 6 outings, but it's 7.37, 7 innings of work, 5 walks to 9 strikeouts overall. Jonathan Brandt gets only his second at bat here in the 5th. Had a ground out to Pontius. That was a nice stretching, diving play by Jordan at second. Stroll is a guy who was in the USPBL last year. Development project for Justin Orenduff and Shane Allen and Alan Oakes overall. Got him to the point where he could consistently throw strikes. At the beginning of this year, they were looking to develop his off-speed pitches a little bit more. 2-1 here on Brandt. Throws a fastball, a slider, and a changeup. Goes in that order in terms of usage. They would love to consistently get him to throw 91, 92. It's a timing thing in the past that has kind of separated him from doing that.
Looks like he's trying to establish his fastball here early on. Haven't seen anything else yet.
Been like 87, 88 consistently thus far.
Did top out at 92 earlier in the year. Yeah, there's a breaking ball.
Nice action on it.
Mm-hmm.
3-2 on Brandt. Swing and a miss.
It got up to 90.
And that's a movement on it, too, kind of barreling in.
Looked like it was sneaky quick, but just by the way that Brandt reacted to it, it kind of got on him.
Well, Noah Stroll was a position player as far back as, or as recently as 2019 with Southeastern University. So this is a newfound journey for him, certainly.
We have another guy out of Southeastern, too.
Adam De La Cruz.
De La Cruz, that's right.
They were teammates there. Hard hit to right. Right there is McKinley for out number 2.
A nice swing there by RJ. Just hit it at him.
And now Cesar Cuevas will be the last shot for the Beavers here today. He started things out and it looked like, hey, this might be a good first game offensively for the Beavers. Carried one out of the ballpark beyond the Chevrolet Pavilion out there in left field.
Looks like he shaved. I just noticed. You have more of a goatee before?
He did, yeah.
Maybe he'll stick with that if he keeps hitting home runs.
Baseball players are superstitious at times.
Very.
The 1-0. Low and in, 2-0 on Caesar here.
I was superstitious just working in baseball. There was a period of time where I had the same thing for breakfast for like years.
And that was?
It was oatmeal. Oatmeal, which is good for you. You know, I'm glad it was something that was good for you. And anyway.
You a big breakfast guy in general?
Not necessarily a quote-unquote big breakfast guy, but I am a big coffee guy, as you know from sitting here with me.
He's got one here to our right, yeah. Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts, just black coffee. I can hear it in their voice when I order because it's almost like a disappointment that I just order a cup of black coffee. Even if I go to Starbucks, you know, they're used to hearing all this mocha latte with a cinnamon nonsense, you know, and every time I order, they always say, "That's it?"
Really?
Yeah.
This one fouled back 2-2 on Caesar here. And what do you respond with?
Yep. That's all. Thank you.
One day you're going to be cracked into ordering something else, maybe.
Especially at Dunkin' Donuts, they don't like it. You know, they expect you to get something else while you're in the drive-thru.
Here's a 2-2 to Cuevas. Good action on the slider just outside. He's had a little bit of trouble controlling it, but good break for Noah Stroll, trying to coax a 1-2-3 inning in his first inning back. Trying to pick right back up where Zane Collins left off. That's 2 pretty good starts in a row by Zane.
He's got a really nice build, 6'6", 240. I mean, that's what you like out of a right-handed relief pitcher.
Outside. And Dan, quietly, if Zane Collins can become a consistent starter for this Hoppers team, look out all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
You got Jamon Taylor, you got Noah Goetzies, who's going in game 2 here today as Noah.
Yeah, Jamon was not as good his last time out. You know, it looked like he was definitely going to be a top 2 starter, maybe even a number 1 starter for them after he put together a few really nice outings, but just, you know, wasn't quite as good the last time. You know, when it comes down to if they do get that number 1 seed and they're in a championship game, it's got to believe it's going to be Noah Goetzies, but, you know, we'll see how his outing today is. When you've got a 1 game, you know, we get this in high school a lot. When you've got 1 game, that means everything. You have to think real long and hard what you want to do with your pitching. You know, do you put your best starter out there and let him go as long as possible? Do you just have him go once or twice through the order and then put it together with your bullpen? It's really no different than high school. The only difference between high school and here is that here we don't have any pitch count situation, at least not a hard one that's built into the rules. So Paul Nochi, if he has a 1-game winner-take-all situation, who's he going to put out there?
I think the only team that can confidently say we are going to put out our starter for 1 or 2 and then try to piece it together with the bullpen, you know, emphatically you say the Unicorns and maybe even the Mammoths with some of their arms going forward. But it'll be interesting to see how these rotations shape up. Good inning by Noah Stroll regardless. He walks 1 batter with 2 outs after recording the first 2 and strikes out 2. His first outing since the end of July. Maybe another arm these Hoppers can add to the bullpen going forward in this push to the playoffs. So this game doesn't count towards the point system. The next one does. Can't get any bigger for the Beavers as they have 2 games left versus these Hoppers and 1 versus the Unicorns, 2 teams above them in the push to the playoff standings to this point. 8-1 your final score here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Game 2 coming up in about a half hour here on the USPBL network. For now, we send you to some programming. We'll be back with you for some updates as this delay or middle part of this evening rolls along. Stay with us.
Ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline warming up the benches. Need a lesson I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out. Ayy, fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out. Ayy, every time we score I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing. Let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
This is a university unlike any other university. You will find out a lot about yourself and your career that you're going into. It's prepping me for the real world experiences that I will encounter once I do graduate.
With its many leadership programs and classes that integrate service learning into its curriculum, acts as not only a resume builder, but a character builder. And I couldn't put a price tag on it, and it will be invaluable to my career.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
You've been charged with a crime in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will protect your liberty and stand between you and the whole force of the government. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department with advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms. We're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals at McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
A great day for me is when the family heads to the local farm stand in our Chevy Traverse. We can enjoy a comfortable, scenic trip in its spacious interior and stay connected with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi. Add in the available hands-free liftgate and class-leading cargo space, and Traverse fits my life and everything that comes with it.
Lease a 2020 Traverse LT for just $279 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Shore Professional Baseball League. Okay. Eastside Diamond Hoppers and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. Yeah. So, Jake there, he's a diamond hopper. Made the catch. But the Beavers won.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
We build
Roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers, our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door, or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Catch the Chevy Malibu at your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Lease a 2020 Malibu 1LT for just $288 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and the roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfort was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfort, we're restoring more than property.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit.
The urban setting is really fantastic to be a part of, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
My education here isn't just academic. This school wants you to be the best you that you can be. All aspects of the things that I do here have participated in giving back.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Now an emphatic 8-1 victory for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers in game number 1 of this doubleheader. As we welcome you back to Jimmy John's Field. Jeremy Otto with you. I'll give you the call along with Dan Griesbaum Jr. in game 2 in just a little bit here towards the bottom of the hour on the USPBL Network. You look back at what these Hoppers did against Justin Rowells in his 3 innings of work. Greg Vaughn Jr. started it all off with a walk. He was driven in on the error by the shortstop Troyer. Riley Mahalik hit one to the shortstop Sam Troyer, filtered into the outfield, and both him and Nate Grimes were able to score. They added another run in the second inning, another error as well, allowing Greg Vaughn Jr. to get on and plate the leadoff double by Antonio Torres. And then it was a storming third inning. Leadoff walk by Zach Gray came around to score. Double by Trevor McKinley. Single by Jordan Pontius to drive in a run. Double by Jake Hoover also drove in a run. And that was the last inning that Revels was allowed to be in the game. Gavin Wayman took over for him in the 4th inning. A line out to Nate Grimes to begin his outing. And the solo shot to the right center field gap by Zach Gray. He's now the leader in the home run chase. He was tied with Ross Happy with 5 leading into today. He has 6. That right center field stage area has been his happy zone for home runs, especially lately, and that was all the scoring the Hoppers would need. Good inning as well by Noah Stroll, pitching for the first time since July 24th. Nearly worked a 1-2-3 inning, retired the first 2 men he faced. Strikeout to Jonathan Brand, a line out to Ron Williams Jr., the walk to Cesar Cuevas, and in the end the strikeout to Joey Weimer ended the mini threat in the 5th for the Beavers. They have a big game coming up next year on the USPBL Network shortly. Stick with us.
Randy Dobnak, play for the Minnesota Twins. I'm a right-handed pitcher from Pittsburgh, PA. Baseball's been a part of my life ever since I can remember, and hopefully it continues to be like that, because I love the game. It's been my whole life, really. I started when I was 4, and that was the only year I played with my brother, actually. He was 8, I was 4. In college, we had maybe 20 kids, parents that come to games. We have like one little bleacher. Jim Etienne called me, who I played with his son in college, and he called me and said, "Hey, we got a spot for you." I was like, "All right, I'll be there." Playing in a stadium like that with a crowd was pretty cool. My mindset was, I'm gonna go in there, I'm gonna throw strikes, compete against these guys. Skip wanted to ease me into it. I think I threw 1 or 2 innings, went well, slowly progressed into more and more innings, and then my last game I went all 9. Threw a complete game. I think I gave up 2 runs. It was a 2-run home run. After that game, I felt really good, and I threw pretty well. And then, like 2 days later, that's when they called me and told me. So I think that game, changed everything for me. It's definitely been a crazy year for sure. At the start of the year in high, I knew a lot of those guys. I played with them last year, or I played with them in the past. Playing with them was normal. When I got to double A, I knew, give or take, maybe 5-10 guys. And then when I got to triple A, I knew like 1 guy, because all these guys are older and they've been around for a while. I got there, I'm like, wow, I know nobody here. They probably don't know who I am, and they've all been pretty supportive. Everybody roots for each other because they want everybody to move up. We were in the clubhouse in Rochester in AAA, and I was sitting there in a chair just watching TV on my phone or whatever. Skip comes over, Dobnak, I want to talk to you. And I had like a weird feeling in my stomach all day. I don't know why. Just things were happening. I'm like, something's weird. And he calls me in. Basically, I go to his office. And he's like, go to big leagues. And I was just kind of like, really? I was kind of in shock. And then he announced it to the whole team, and everybody congratulated me and stuff like that. And it was a pretty awesome moment for sure. Word started getting around. People started contacting me. My phone was blowing up for like 3 days straight.
Well, quite a story with Dobnak being signed out from the Utica Unicorns of the United Shore Professional Baseball League, a Detroit suburban professional league. And it looks like he's just retired his first big league hitter.
It was unbelievable. I never would have thought it would be like that, but stuff happens.
He's got his parents, his fiance here, and his fiance's parents. Wow, look at that pitch.
Physically, it's all the same game I've always played since I was younger. just different stages. Emotionally, I don't really let my emotions get the best of me. I think that's also helped me out to just stay calm and composed. Going out there, just competing against those guys. This is my 20th year of baseball, but it's just like a bigger stage, but it's always the same game. Nothing's changed, just more people in the stands, and the guys are a little better.
By the Minnesota Twins made his major league debut, and then just last week picked up his first major league save. We're excited, proud, and honored to have him with us today. The Ratified USPBL Success Board from the Minnesota Twins, Randy Dobnik.
Going back there for the first time in 2 years was pretty special, just to see how everything is. Everything's relatively the same, all the guys.
I mean, it's been an unbelievable experience. 2 years ago, I never would have thought I would be where I am today, and I'm speechless for given the opportunity that they've given me to jumpstart my career. It's been unbelievable.
It was pretty awesome to go back and see just where it all started. You know, it's a younger league, so most of the guys are coming out of college or they had been with affiliated ball and they got released, and so they want another opportunity. And they had like workouts in the morning to work on developing stuff, and they have their own DVS system. Having all the workouts and stuff, I think, helps develop the guys to get stronger and compete better. Jim Essing, he left me and my buddy 2 tickets to go to a game, and that was my first time ever at Comerica Park. I thought it was pretty awesome. I never would have thought 2 years later I'd be actually playing there, let alone pitching there the other night. So that was a pretty cool thing about it. I looked up to where I was sitting under the Pepsi sign in right field. I was like, wow, I was there 2 years ago. I can't give enough thanks to the USPBL, Jim Essing for getting me into that league, the Twins for giving me the opportunity to get where I am today. I never would have thought 2 years ago, let alone what's happened this year, that I would be where I am today. And without them, I don't know what I'd probably be sitting at a desk right now doing taxes or something. But yeah, it's been an incredible ride. For the guys that are playing, just don't give up your dream. Keep chasing it. Stay true to yourself and don't change who you are. Compete. Don't give in to anybody. Once you establish that, and you'll convince yourself that you have the chance and you'll have the opportunity to.
A scoreless first, big league inning on 8 pitches.
You can be consistent with everything. Success is going to come your way. Just keep doing what they've been doing, and hopefully an opportunity arises for them. And if that ever happens, just take that opportunity and run with it.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy 2 boys can be challenging. But when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power up-down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Getting close to Game 2, the doubleheader here today between the Beavers and the Hoppers. Now time for Dan Griesbaum Jr.'s Keys to the Game, presented by your Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. What do you have today for Game 2, Dan?
Well, I think the Beavers are certainly running their best lineup up there, in Game 2 as opposed to Game 1. They sat down some key guys that really make a difference for them. They're not a super deep team offensively, so it'll be good to see Cameron Comer back in there and Freddie Geely. That's certainly going to make a big difference in this ball game and give them a good chance to win. I also like what the Beavers are doing on the starting pitching front. A.J. Coleman's been very, really, really strong his last couple times out. He had some tough outings earlier in the season, but he's done a nice job, and I think he's going to give them a chance to win this ball game.
Pitcher comparison brought to you by Denso here today. Quickly, it's Noah Goetze going for the Hoppers, and on the other end, a guy who's been good lately in A.J. Coleman.
Definitely. Noah Goetze is probably the leader for the Hoppers right now. He's probably your number one guy if you're heading into that championship game and you're looking who to trot out there. I think it's Goetze. Coleman probably, Chrisman's the number one on that squad, but he's a guy who was counted on to be at the top of this rotation, and he's starting to pitch like it lately.
Game 2 of the doubleheader coming up next here on the USPBL Network.
Hello everyone, I am Heather from Jimmy John's Field, and I am here at home today in my reading corner. Now, it's always great to have a nice, quiet, cozy place to come read, draw, or write. So today, I have a very special friend to introduce you to, JJ the Field General.
Thanks, Heather. Hi everyone, this is JJ the Field General, and he's the bat dog for our baseball league. JJ is a red golden retriever, and he just turned 3 in January. And JJ is at all of our games at Jimmy John's Field. He's picking up the bat, he's taking water to the umpires, he's catching frisbees, and he's basically saying hi to all the kids. He even has his own bobblehead, and he's just such a very good boy. JJ also is the inspiration for today's video topic. So we're not done with March's Reading Month yet. So today we're going to talk about Dab Pilkey's very famous book series and character Dogman.
Thanks, Dana and JJ. Now, Dave Pilkey is the author and illustrator of the series, but this isn't his first major narrative. He is also the creator of the very popular Captain Underpants books. Now, if you haven't read the Dogman series yet, it's about a protagonist that came from the imagination of Harold and George from the Captain Underpants books. It's about a half-dog, half-man police hero that digs into deception, claws after crooks, and rolls over robbers. And he kind of looks like JJ a little bit too, doesn't he? If he had a human body. A really cool fact about the series is that some of the books are named after classic literature, like The Tale of Two Cities, Lord of the Flies, and The Call of the Wild. Another cool fact is that Dave Pilkey got his idea for both Captain Underpants and Dogman as a young kid in school. Isn't it amazing where your imagination will take you? So, what will you do to be creative today? Maybe write a funny joke, draw a picture, or, of course, read one of your favorites. March's Reading Month isn't over yet, so we hope you're keeping up your reading at home, and we'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Say bye, JJ. Say bye.
And there's the aforementioned Noah Goetze, top of the rotation here for the Hoppers. 2-3 with a 1.59 ERA over 34 innings. As the ERA suggests, he's been pretty good. He's been the hard luck loser a couple times, gone up against some other aces in this league.
And we thought he would be good coming into this year as well, just had some soreness, which some other guys have had. I think some of it has to do with COVID and
sure,
maybe not as throwing as regularly as you'd like.
I think as it's turned out, though, it's been a largely very healthy season all the way around. There's been a couple incidents here and there, like Troyer with the hit by pitch, and I know Geely had a couple times, I think a couple different times being hit by a pitch where Geely got banged up a little bit, but overall it's been, knock on wood, pretty healthy for most of the league this year.
Noah Goetze to face Ron Williams Jr., Freddie Geely, and Joey Weimer here in the first inning of play. Williams Jr. leading off for the second consecutive game. First pitch of game 2 at 7:34 p.m. outside for ball 1.
Goatse's is pretty fastball heavy between his 2-seam and his 4-seam. Put those together, it's over 60% of his pitches, and from there he mixes in a cutter, which, you know, is a harder pitch too. It's upper 80s and it just tails away from a right-hander.
Popped him up foul here. Noah Goatsy, 6 foot tall, 185 pounds. A right-handed pitcher at a Regis University. Phoenix, Arizona native. Good spin on really every pitch, over 2,000 on the 4-seam, the 2-seam, the cutter, the curve, and the change, and over 2,400 at a 4 out of 5. As this is in for strike 2. Last start versus the Unicorns. Nice curveball there for strike 3. 1 up and 1 down. Let's take a peek at the defense behind Noah Goatse's here in game 2. Brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Greg Vaughn Jr. in left. Miles Miller in center. McKinley is in right. De La Cruz and Gray on the corners. Pontius and Hoover up the middle. Xavier Warren completing the battery here tonight. First pitch in for strike 1, and Freddie Geely had game 1 off. One of the reserves available on the bench for Von Joshua. Hitting .240. 16 runs scored this year. 4 doubles.
Only throws that curveball about 18% of the time. I personally think he should throw it a little more than that. You know, everything else he throws is pretty hard, upper 80s, low 90s, and I think it's a good change of pace for him that he should bring out a little bit more often. But that being said, because he doesn't throw it very much, it's usually very effective when he does throw it.
His MO, he likes quick innings, which to start is looking like it might be here. 8 pitches deep, 2 strikeouts. Thinks he's getting back to his game a little bit more in doing that. That was more consistent in the strike zone as well in the last contest. He's been living large by the fastball. I mean, if you throw the cutter into that mix, 4-seam, 2-seam cutter, that's making up most of his arsenal.
Yeah, 80-something% of his pitches.
And he said he'll stick with that as long as the hitters don't start to, you know, adjust to him as well, as De La Cruz going to come up with an error here in the first.
A lot of hitters you would have got away with that, but Weimer just runs too well. You've got to pick it clean when he's running down the line.
It's surprising we really haven't seen him steal more hits like that, Dan. We were kind of talking about that before the game today. Because certainly has elite speed, and you got to think that's a lot of what Milwaukee saw in him when they drafted him in the first 5 rounds of this 2020 MLB draft that was only 5 rounds.
Yep, it's that combination of, I think, elite speed and elite size. Great power, too, which he hasn't really translated the power part into gameplay yet this year, and that's really the issue that they have to try to get at. I think it has some issues to do with his swing mechanics, but there's certainly some folks in Milwaukee who are paid to figure that stuff out.
First pitch to Comer, a swing and a miss. Cam Comer, a guy who's been swinging a pretty hot bat. 301 in the average column. Pops this one up. De La Cruz has a long way to cover there, but it's going to be spoiled out of play in the end. 0-2 up top. 1-2. He's gotten ahead of every hitter. 0-2 thus far. Actually, it was 1-2, I believe, on Williams Jr. to begin the inning, but nonetheless got 2 strikeouts to begin, and then a pretty easy ground ball down the third baseline. A lollipop curveball filed away by Cam Comer. Spin of 25.56, just subtly above the major league average.
Hardly see him use the changeup at all. But he does have one.
And just 4% coming into the game here today. Swing and a miss.
That might have been it there.
He strikes out the side in the first inning. Noah Goetze, talk about Mr. Quick Inning. He does it here after the 2-out error.
You are going through a divorce in Macomb County. You need an attorney who will fight to get you what you're entitled to, preserve your parental rights, and protect your finances. You need Vince Manzella and the team at Lucido and Manzella on your side. Vince grew up in Macomb County. Vince knows the people in Macomb County. Vince understands the Macomb County court system, and he aggressively fights for Macomb County residents every day. Lucido and Manzella, 586-228-3900.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Here's A.J. Coleman trying to work off a pretty good start a game ago. Checking into play today with a 4.07 ERA through 48 innings, 19 walks to 38 strikeouts.
He's got the good sinking fastball when he's going right. Has gotten in trouble at times before, not getting on top of that pitch, flying open a little bit, missing on his glove side, but has been much better the last couple times out to see him grip it there. But he's a guy who's going to give you a chance to win most of the time that he's out there.
Miles Miller, Adam De La Cruz, Xavier Warren, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the first inning. Along with quite a few pitchers that go through the delivery value system every week. For the pitching coordinators here, A.J. Coleman is a guy who's been working on some timing things and in the past has made him a little inconsistent maybe. But he's certainly had some dynamic starts. 4 innings his last time, 1 run it was earned, 2 walks to 1 strikeout. Was coming off a little bit of a short rest situation, maybe not a normal everyday minor league or major league baseball. He pitched on the 2nd versus the Diamond Hoppers and then on the 7th. But here in the USPBL, guys get a few more days rest because they're not playing every day. These teams themselves, that is. I mean, there's games this year at least, Wednesday through Sunday consistently. We even had a Tuesday or 2 mixed in. The Monday last week with the holiday, but just a little bit of a different circumstance. Hoppers know all what that's about until recently. I mean, for a while there, they had a rotation of, 2 days a week because they were always playing in that doubleheader, right, it seemed. And then over the last 2 weeks, a flood of games.
Oh, yes.
This is, I believe, the 6th in that time period since the start of September. And we're only on the 11th. The 12th, actually.
Right. Well, the season, in a lot of ways, it's really flown by. I mean, of course, calendar-wise, it was really a short season, only a 3-month season as opposed to a 5-month. But we're in what now, game 62 or 63? I forget exactly, but it certainly doesn't feel like that many.
Talking to A.J. Coleman before his last start, something he wanted to do a little bit more consistently was to find that release point. I think he's done that a little bit better as Miles Miller gets plunked here in a bad area. Didn't sound great.
And that was a bad release point, right as you said that. That's where he has been missing when he's not going right, is on that, left-hand batter's box side of the plate, or what is his glove side. Miles Miller, a guy who relies on his legs to play center field and run the bases and steal bases. Probably not real happy about getting hit right there.
Well, I'm going to test it out. Looks to be okay. Anthony Maselli, Nate Grimes, Antonio Torres, the 3 available position players on the bench if Paul Noce were to need somebody here in the first inning.
Could certainly go back to Grimes and put him in left field and slide over Vaughn to center if they needed to, but it looks like he's all right.
Here's Adam De La Cruz. He also got a game off in game 1 of the doubleheader. Fly ball driven to right. Weimer for out number 1. Check the defense behind A.J. Coleman here tonight, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Riles in left, Harris in right, Weimer in center field, as you know, Troyer and Williams on the corners, Geely and Cuevas, your double play combination up the middle, and Cameron Comer completing the battery here in game 2. Boy, we're just losing daylight quicker and quicker, aren't we?
We are. It feels that way.
7:46. It's already getting towards darkness here. And it was such a bright, day. It's like, boom, your eyes kind of freak out here in game 2. Right. It's like, where'd the sun go?
And we haven't even played a local football game yet this fall.
Very true.
We will tomorrow, though. Indoors, of course, with no fans, but.
Line drive up the box. Xavier Warren with a good swing. Starting to see him turn it around a little bit more at the plate.
Definitely. Well, it's a bad start here for Coleman. He's got 2 guys on and just getting to the hot part of the Hoppers order here.
It's a 5-game hitting streak now for Xavier Warren. 1 knock in his last 3. Had 2 when that started back on the 3rd of September. Flare to the left field gap. Riles was in pretty good position to take the second out.
Still chuckle last game as Mahalik was so adamant that ball was a fair ball.
That's not a uncommon thing in today's professional baseball, at least in the major leagues, with the replays that they have, but no replays available here in the USPBL to go back and look. Pop fly down the left field line, a lot of real estate to cover for T.J. Riles, and it skedaddles into the bullpen anyway.
I think most levels of MILB also have replay, don't they?
Do they? I'm not quite sure.
I think so, especially as I think they've tried some different things with it there as like a training ground for MLB.
I don't think Single A does, but it would make sense that they don't. I could be wrong on that, though. Oh, and 1 on Riley Mahalik, the designated hitter here tonight. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. The pitch Looped foul. 75-mile-an-hour curveball there. Reminded to chime in on Facebook and YouTube with your player of the game prediction. First person to guess the player of the game will win a free oil change courtesy of Kozak's Mr. Muffler. Guess your final score prediction as well. You hit it on the nose with the runs for each team. You get a JJ plush toy as well. Here's a 0-2. Diving the hands at that one to just get a piece. Mahalik hitting 5th for the 2nd consecutive game. Reached on an error in the 1st inning. Walked his 2nd AB after the double that he was sure was fair. Taken back in the end. Downstairs 1-2. Greg Vaughn Jr., your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He's hitting 6th here in game 1, but Dan, he did a great job in the leadoff spot. So
he did. I liked it.
Wouldn't be surprised if Paul Nochi tinkers with that a little bit more as the season starts to wind down. We'll see. Lineups are pretty much set before the start of game 2 unless there's an injury in these double headers. Swing and a miss by Mahalik, and A.J. Coleman able to strand the leadoff hit by pitch and the 1-out single here in the 1st.
And this is where you learn that I'm not strong on classic rock.
Time for Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's again here tonight. Of Pink Floyd's 4 most popular albums, which one came out first?
I had the wall poster at college, like everybody did. I think that's one of the more popular college posters. Jeez.
Dark Side of the Moon. They gave it. They
didn't really get a chance
mercy on you there.
Yeah, I didn't really get a chance to guess. I guess technically I didn't get that one wrong, did I?
Freaky Fast Trivia presented by Jimmy John's here today. Jeremy Otto alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring you the call here tonight from Jimmy John's Field in Utica, Michigan. Noah Goetze getting his 2nd inning of work. He looked sharp in that 1st inning. He struck out the first 2 men he saw. Then not a well-hit ground ball to third base off the bat of Joey Weimer. De La Cruz bobbled, and Weimer was able to reach first base, but he came back and said, well, if I get another opportunity, I'm just going to strike the batter out. And he did so to Cameron Comer, and he struck out the side in the end.
He's been very efficient so far. He's got good repeatable mechanics, and he's got nice movement on his 2-seamer. Curveball looks good. As I said, I think he could throw that pitch a little bit more if he wanted to, but certainly looks pretty sharp right now.
Sam Troyer, T.J. Riles, Romero Harris, your Zach Hart agency 3-men due up here in the 2nd inning after facing the top 4 in the 1st.
Leading off the 2nd inning for the Beavers, the third baseman, number 23.
Sam Troyer in game 1. Had a single back in the 1st, just got 2 at-bats because the Beavers offense wasn't really able to get churning. An 8-1 victory for the Hoppers in game 1.
Chase that one down.
Sarah Troyer on YouTube says, go brother Sam. So some family support for this right-handed bat. Here's the 0-1. Popped him up. Might be trouble. 3 men going to go after it. It's Greg Vaughn Jr. who comes in to record the first out.
The left fielder, number 15, T.J. Riles.
Now it's T.J. Riles' turn. We've seen T.J. Riles lead off quite a bit since he got to the USPBL. I think the first game he was inserted right into that leadoff spot.
I believe so.
First pitch to the left fielder is outside. This Beavers team all of a sudden is starting to struggle to score runs. You look back to their game on September 5th. That was the first game of the doubleheader last weekend. 2-1 loss to Eastside. Second game, a 5-2 loss. They did win a close game versus the Hoppers on the 7th a couple days later, 3-1. Their last loss to Utica this week, Thursday, was a 3-1 loss. Just have not been able to get the bats going lately. Of course, they ran into the buzzsaw of Ty Hensley and Nolan Clenny, which caused 13 strikeouts.
Yeah, that'll cause any offense to go a little dry.
That was their last game. Hensley with the 1-hitter, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts. Clenny coming in the 7th inning to shut the door after the game had gone wild and turned on its side. Garrett Chrisman had a no-hitter going into the 7th inning with 1 out after the leadoff error to Dominic Bethencourt allowed him to reach. Gray able to catch the floating, sinking ground ball down the first base line for the 2nd out. And now it's Romero Harris, the right fielder. Harris in game 1 had a double in the 4th inning. That extra base power starting to come back to fruition for this right-handed bat. Here's the first pitch to Harris, waddling its way outside for strike 1. That's the cutter from Noah Goetzies. He uses that third most, 19%, averages around 86 miles an hour. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Harris, popped him up. De La Cruz in front of his own dugout. Got it. Long way to range and a different inning for Noah Goetzies. Both of them 1, 2, 3. Strikes out the side in the first. Line out, ground out, pop out of every variety of an out here in the 2nd on the US PBL network. Time for your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot here in game 2. It's Buzz again, Dan's favorite.
Oh, man. Well, on the plus side, I don't think he's going to do worse than game 1. He really got schooled bad.
He didn't stretch at all, it didn't look like in game 1.
He was slow. The young man he went against was fast. The young man hit the bags perfectly on the inside part. It was a bad recipe.
John's going to face off against Buzz. He's got the head start as Buzz. There he heads.
All right, he's going a little
second base.
He's going a little better game 2. It looked like maybe he stretched or he got some lunch.
John turns.
Yeah, he's gaining. He's gaining fast.
Around second base. There's a look at the head-at look on Buzz. Oh, boy. He bails out down the third base line, and John's going to blow him away.
Well, Buzz should know that you should never look back in a race like that.
Your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot, now a word from DTE.
DTE Energy customers can get their share of huge lifetime energy cost savings. How? By using our website. The Oslin's new programmable thermostat saved them a bundle. And their new efficient furnace earned them a hefty rebate. All over Michigan, people like the Oslins are saving. Why not you? There are always new ways to save at dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE Energy.
A.J. Coleman on for his 2nd inning of work. It started out a little rocky. 2-2 count to Miles Miller. We talked about the release point, and he ended up drilling Miles. Not a great release point on that one. Then got a fly out to Adam De La Cruz. A single by Xavier Warren put runners on first and second with only 1 out. Bear down against Zach Gray. Got a line out and a strikeout to Riley Mahalik. So all things put together, was able to reel it back in.
Yes, he was.
2 outings ago. Again, this is 3 straight versus the Diamond Hoppers, so they've gotten a good look at them. 5 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, both unearned, no walks to 4 strikeouts. Low walks is going to be the key. Because more than likely, you know, this isn't a power fastball, so he's going to give up some contact, and, you know, you put balls in play. We talk about it all year long in terms of batting average on balls in play. A low batting average on balls in play is always going to correct itself. So you don't want to put the extra base runners on. And most of the time it isn't extremely hard contact against Coleman, so that's not saying that, look, all those, you know, balls put in play are going to drop. That's just saying that, you know, you keep putting balls in play, usually it's going to lead to some hits. And you don't want to add the walks into the equation.
You know, we've said it about some other guys. Comitas comes to mind, and, you know, maybe McKendall. There's been some others, but I think Coleman's another one that they were really hoping could maybe get more around 90-91 with his fastball. That could help him get away with, you know, a few more mistakes potentially. But with the current arsenal, he really needs to command that pitch and command it down in the zone consistently. And he's been very consistent with his inconsistency, if that makes sense. You know, usually when he goes bad, it's a very similar type of story.
Caesar attacks for the first down.
Caesar attacks. I like that.
Trevor McKinley. Right fielder for the 2nd consecutive game. He had some good swings in that first game. Only 1 hit to show for it. Did hit into a 4-6-3 double play to end the 4th, but had a double in the 3rd and a line out that could have potentially dropped a left. It hung up long enough for Smith to pick it up. 1-0 in for a ball, 2-0. Jake Hoover, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. Then it would be Jordan Ponte if somebody can get on here in the 2nd inning. Von Joshua would love for A.J. Coleman just to fully take the 2nd spot in the rotation, grip it by the hands, and say going forward, I'm going to go a consistent 5, 6, and maybe if we're playing 9 innings in the playoffs, make it more like 7 innings.
Absolutely.
Because, you know, we've talked about maybe some of the bullpen struggles for the Beavers so far. They want these high-efficiency guys in Garrett Crispin and A.J. Coleman to have consistent innings.
Well, we talked about how when you get into the playoffs, it's very possible that we're going to get into 9-inning ball games, and if you end up with a 3 or 4 seed especially, you're going to need your starters to go 5 or 6 if you have any chance of winning 3 games in 3 days.
Pick back to first base, and McKinley able to scatter back in there. Troyer inching in slightly at 3rd base. I think we saw one of the best swings we've seen out of Jake Hoover so far into the gap into left center field in the first game in the doubleheader.
He's looked better at the plate the last several games.
There's a 2-seam in for strike 1 on Hoover.
Definitely a glove first shortstop, but if he can give them a little offense, all the better. Well, that's a good move. Yep, just barely got back.
McKinley, a guy who has some wheels. I know we've used the quote a couple times, but galloping speed, as Paul Nochi likes to say, especially in the outfield. That's more so what he's talking about, him getting to those balls on the good routes and the gaps in right center field usually.
Good routes, good first steps, good angles.
Now Comer going to pick.
They're not going to lay off him over there, are they?
My goodness.
Comer's got the good arm. Good arm. He's showed a good bat lately. He's got to work through some things, I think, receiving-wise, to go to the next level, but he has a lot of tools back there. McKinley just looks like he's going to go, doesn't he?
He does. That low lead that he likes to take. And Hoover going to go down on strikes for the 2nd out here in the 2nd inning.
Batting ninth, the second baseman, number 7,
Here's Jordan Pontius, now the bottom of the order here today for Paul Noce in Game 2. Pontius hit 7 in Game 1. That one in there for strike 1.
Now that's the type of pitch that can work there. He threw his two-seam fastball just a little bit off the plate, and it tailed back over the outside corner. It's almost like a backdoor fastball.
Talk about Cameron Comer behind the plate. He's thrown out 4 runners so far. Ooh. Wow.
McKinley actually trapped that ball for R.J. Williams.
Did he really?
Yeah, that could have got by him otherwise.
Looks like it bit his right hand as well, one of those fingers there.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes at some point here with 2 outs.
Here's a 0-1. Look out. Spoiled back towards the first base line. Now, that's probably where a normal dugout would be, but because of this ballpark is constructed with fan friendliness, if you will, in mind, they're much more further down the first and third base lines.
I'd love to see all dugouts down there, to be honest with you. Maybe not as a player, but
sure,
as someone who cares about fan sight lines and whatnot, I think that's where they should be.
It's a cool construction piece here. This is the most pickoffs I think we've seen all season long in a row.
I think so. Yeah, that being said about the dugout, I would not want to be a player who struck out taking that long walk back there, especially when there's a couple thousand people in the stands here in a normal year.
Ready on ready. Here's the 0-2. Just missed the outside corner and just missed throwing him out. What a run it's been for Trevor McKinley here in the second inning, and he finally gets a steal.
Yep. He worked hard over it first. He deserved a steal there. Now they're a base hit away from taking the lead. You knew he was going to try to take the bag eventually.
His 7th swipe of the year. Here's the 1-2. Curveball on the ground through the diving glove of Troy. Are they going to wave him around? Riles in short field, checks it home, offline. That one ranges into center, and Joey Weimer looks like a catcher to make sure he blocks that one.
Comer made the right choice coming to get that ball and taking a shot at second base. It didn't have enough steam on it. He was never going to get him at home there. But McKinley did as much to produce that run as Pontius did, stealing second base. Very big play there with 2 outs.
So now Miles Miller will get his second AB of the night. Was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. That was a situation where Coleman was able to get ahead of Miles Miller. So a nice job to start the AB.
Yeah, that's just when he misses with that 2-seamer, it's always in that spot.
We've seen that, especially with 2 strikes, and that's maybe what's been frustrating for A.J. Coleman throughout this year, because he'll get him down 1-2 in the count, or 2-2 in some cases, and then either hit him or walk the batter.
Well, with the lefty, it's such a good pitch. When you have 2 strikes, if you're able to throw that 2-seamer in, it's really easy to get a called third there, because the hitter thinks it's coming at his hip, it tails back over the plate, and it's an awfully tough pitch to hit, but he just doesn't have consistent enough command with it quite yet.
1-1 on Miller. De La Cruz, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the second. He flew out in his first AB. 1-0 game here in the second. The 1-1. Inside. Miles Miller trying to stay atop the top of the order for Paul Noce. He's been there for quite some time as well. 190 in the average column. 3 walks to 10 strikeouts coming into play today. Good location there. Not much you can do with that.
Good location and good movement as well. Late tailing sinking action. If you're Miles Miller, you just got to try to drive that ball to the opposite field. And with 2 strikes now, he's going to have to stay on that, load a little bit later, and try to drive it to left field. And that's what he did. He spoiled it.
something that we've talked about with Miles Miller. His launch angle pretty high, his exit velocity fairly low so far, but he also chokes up on the bat. He's doing that maybe a little less here. He does it a little bit more with 2 strikes. But if he can be more of a consistent slap type hitter, I think he can.
Yeah, it looks like he is choking up less in general lately.
Club fair down the third base line. Past the glove of Troyer. Easily scoring is Jordan Pontius. Still trying to dig it out in that left field corner is TJ Riles. And Miles Miller able to get himself an RBI. And the second run plated here in the second for the Hoppers.
It's a nice piece of 2-strike hitting there. He did exactly what we talked about. Stayed on that ball. Drove it to left field. Didn't try to do too much with it. And the way that Coleman has with his arsenal, with a lot of tailing action away from lefties, that's the type of approach you have to take.
So Adam De La Cruz will get another shot here. Fly out his first time up in the first inning. That was for the first out against A.J. Coleman. Nice high hop. Throws to first base. That for the third out here. A pair of 6-3 groundouts here in the second inning. A strikeout mixed in by A.J. Coleman. They do strike for 2 off a single and a double. Miles Miller converts to make it 2-0.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2020 Equinox LT for just $280 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field. It's all of a sudden a 2-0 lead for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers, trying to take a stranglehold on that #1 seed in the push to the playoff standings going forward. Miles Miller driving in the most recent run. And Noah Coetzee is trying to keep this game right where it is. He's been really sharp so far here tonight. A couple strikeouts in the first and a 1-2-3 inning in the second. Our presenting sponsor here today, as you saw on the screen, Chief Financial Credit Union. Pleased to be joined by Ashley Workmeister here in the booth, Director of Business Development at Chief Financial Credit Union. Great to be with you here today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. This is an awesome game. Beautiful weather tonight.
Well, you guys have locations in Rochester, Birmingham, Dearborn, Pontiac. Birmingham kind of the focus here today because of the Beavers, right?
Absolutely. One of our newest locations. Proud to support the Beavers here tonight, watching them hold it down, although those Hoppers are knocking it out of the park these days.
They are. This is a man who knocked it out of the park himself in inning 1, and things look like they're off to a great start for Vaughn Joshua's team. A bomb of a home run to left field over the foul pole and out as they'll start it here in the third inning as well. You guys had a pretty cool sponsorship. We actually have some of the cards here in the booth from last year. You sponsored the baseball cards.
Absolutely. Doing it again this year.
That's a really nice addition to some of the fans here, seeing some of their heroes on the field and, in form of, a classic baseball thing as well. What kind of went into you guys doing that?
Well, we really wanted to support Jimmy John's in the greatest way possible, and I think the best way to give back is through the cards. That's definitely a monumental moment in anybody's history, especially the players. So that was something that we jumped on board instantly with. Swing and a miss here by Caesar. Credit unions in general much more smaller. Locally here in Michigan, there's quite a few good ones, including yourself. But what are the things that make you guys stand out compared to other credit unions around? You know, credit unions as a whole support local, and Chief, we call ourselves the Chiefs for a reason. We are the Chiefs in town. We really give back to our communities and members alike. We got a 5% checking account, which is hands down the best rate that you'll find in town. And with the branches that we have spread out, we're able to participate within other credit unions and really service our members and our communities alike, which kind of leads back to our partnership with Jimmy John's. We want to make sure all the funds stay local, and especially in the state of Michigan, and support us during this turbulent time that we find ourselves in.
Chatting here with Ashley Workmeister, the Director of Business Development at Chief Financial Credit Union. As that one fouled down the third base line. Talk about the times, because obviously, you know, everybody in a tough financial situation, not everybody, but a lot more people in a tough financial situation given COVID-19, people losing jobs. What have you guys been doing to kind of give back into the community in terms of that as well?
Oh God, what we've done is endless. We've pushed back loans 3 months when it started in March, so none of our members, and including mortgages, didn't have to pay for up to July to give them that relief. We participated in the PPP loan, helping over 50 businesses locally stay in business, and really have given back to our members, done leniencies and things like that, and really worked around them, waived fees and so forth, to make sure that our members can not only survive but thrive during these times.
So we talked about it: Rochester, Birmingham, Dearborn, Pontiac. Any other plans to expand further, possibly in Metro Detroit?
You know, we're always looking to grow. Keep your eye on Chief, because we got a couple of good tricks up our sleeves coming in the near future.
Good stuff. Ron Williams Jr., the top of the order up here. He struck out back in the first as he looks at a ball outside. That's the first hit against Noah Goetze here tonight. Credit to Wheatley. Wasn't hit extremely hard, but able to get on to begin this third inning. Noah Goetze's trying to put together 3 straight solid starts for this Hoppers team. The ace, it seems like. The 1-0 is up high, 2-0. You're rocking a Chief jersey here today. How about that?
Absolutely, absolutely. I had to hide the nacho stain that I had going. Enjoyed the amazing nachos, but yeah, we got some jerseys going, and we're definitely a big fan of the stadium.
I hear you about the stains. I unleashed my salad dressing earlier here today before anybody came. So I'm glad nobody else. I'm glad Eric, who sits next to me every game, wasn't here, because he would have took the brunt of it. But I seem to always make a mess pregame as I try to scarf down my food.
Yes, you get into the game, and then all of a sudden I got cheese falling on my jersey here, but it's all right.
At least it tasted good, right?
Amazing food here overall.
2-1 swing and a miss. 2-2 on Ron Williams Jr. We really appreciate Chief and all our partners really sticking with us in what's been a tough season here at the United Shore Professional Baseball League. From the standpoint of no fans in the stands, we've done some wonderful things here with the broadcast, and we've continually been able to, open up fans just a little bit, to the public with tickets online. So we appreciate your efforts. Just how fun has it been for all of you to be involved with a grassroots league like this is as well?
I mean, phenomenal, especially during times like these. Standing together is of the utmost importance, and now is the time to give back more than ever. So as much as we could help Jimmy John's and as much as we could help the stadium stay alive and thrive is definitely top priority for us. We want to give back, and we want to maintain our communities and make sure that they survive through all of this, and that's a key priority at Chief for our members and our communities.
Full count now on Ron Williams Jr. Runner on first, it's Wheatley. The first hit against Goetze's here tonight, asking for the check swing call. He won't get it, to his frustration, and that will put runners on first and second with the walk here in the third. We're chatting with Ashley Workmeister, the Director of Business Development at Chief Financial Credit Union. They have locations in Rochester, Birmingham, Dearborn, and Pontiac as well. How can people find out more information about you? How can they open up an account if they're brand new? Find out about your benefits as well.
Yeah, absolutely. ChiefOnline.com is the go-to place. You've got the live chat. We do everything virtual, so you can open every account online. But we also have availability via the phones. Branches are open. We've got a couple drive-through locations open as well for those speedy type of services to get those cash checks and money out that you need. Really pivoted to the virtual sense, though. So everything and anything you need can be done in the virtual sense, and you can talk to people. We've extended our call center hours as well to allow people to get a hold of us as they need, and amped up and made sure that we're protecting our members during the increase of fraud that we're seeing these days as well within financial institutions and communities.
And I know shared branching is a huge thing when it comes to credit union. Just how is that involved with you? And for people who don't really understand what that means, can you kind of explain that as well?
Yeah, so we're part of a co-op network, which is cooperative, and that means that all credit unions participate within each other, a vast majority of them. So wherever you are in the state of Michigan and nationwide, you have access to over 15,000 locations you can go into and perform your transactions just like you were at a Chief branded location, and you have over 30,000 fee-free ATMs. Specifically, Chief Financial offers checking accounts that give back ATM fees as well, up to $25 a month, which really allows our members to stop wherever they need to and access their money free of charge. And they get those refunds at the end of the month as well. So that's a good day at the end of the month when you see those fee refunds and you get to spend that extra money.
Yeah, no doubt. Extra bonus.
Yes.
Here's the 2-0 on Weimer. He's trying to get the Beavers some runs here in the third inning. They're down 2-0, but have runners on first and third thanks to the one-out single by Wheatley. He stands at third base hoping he can come home here. One last question before we cut you loose. There may be some partners on the fence here at the USPBL, maybe on the fence about coming back next year just because of the situation, or even joining on maybe late. What would you communicate to, maybe people who are already doing business with us or who could in the future, why they should?
I mean, this is the epitome of supporting your local community and getting, the possibilities within Jimmy John's are endless, and the interaction that you have with the players, the children alike, it really allows us to have a locally based stadium that gives back so much, that gives back to the players, that gives back to the customers, and it's really about treating everybody with fairness and respect, and above and beyond having some fun, especially during these times, and that's what we find most important.
Well, Ashley, thanks for joining us here tonight. Nice to meet you. That's Ashley Workmeister, the Director of Business Development at Chief Financial Credit Union, and hopefully your Beavers get some runs here, right?
Thank you. I hope so, yes.
Hope to see you around the ballpark soon, and look forward to seeing those cards that will come out soon again this year.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Now time for JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union. As always here today, JJ getting his thing done here in inning number 4. There's the happy dog taking the water back. He'll get to play some Frisbee now. Much like Trevor McKinley in right, he gallops out to the gap in right center field as well. A.J. Coleman back out there for the Beavers here in the third. He'll face Xavier Warren, Zach Gray, and Riley Mahalik. What is that? Is that a spaceship? Or a drone of some sort? Flying over Jimmy John's Field, it looks like. Where's that at? Oh, wow. It's right over the right center field gap there. Is it a plane? It's really tough to tell. JJ doesn't care. He's going with his Frisbee. Riley Minorik comments on YouTube, says go Ron Williams Jr. and the Beavers from Atlanta, Georgia. We encourage you to chime in on Facebook and YouTube. Jim Pamonti on Facebook asked, where is Kyle Luger? Thought he was warming up in the bullpen at the end of last game to start this one. I'm not sure if he was warming up, but he is listed as an available here tonight. Strike one on Xavier Warren. Coleman in the second retired the first man he saw, and then the one-out walk to Trevor McKinley. Struck out Jake Hoover. Things looked like they might be in line. McKinley swiped second base after 5-6 pickoffs and a pick attempt by Cameron Comer behind the plate. So he got what he wanted, his 7th steal of the year, ultimately driven in by Pontius, and then the nice looping double. He just got a piece of it. Did Miles Miller, floating the opposite way over the third base bag. Did its job, and it's a 2-0 lead. That's why here for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers here in Game 2. Game 1 featured an 8-1 victory for their team. Good job by Noah Goetze's, Dan, to strand some of those base runners in the last.
He looks sharp. Really impressed by the turn by Pontius at second base. I don't know if turn is even the right word, but the way that he flipped his body towards second base to get the lead runner there. I thought for sure he was going to first with that ball.
So what'd you do with your half inning of off time?
I actually talked to Dante Glover.
Did you?
Yeah. He was just chilling out watching the game.
What'd he have to say?
He's talked about Goetze's a little bit, how he's been real solid last 3-4 times out. And we talked a little bit about a couple of the hitters. Of course, I'm not going to divulge that information necessarily.
Look at you, media member now. My goodness.
Can't betray confidences. But how'd you do with that, man? You talk some baseball cards? Or?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. They're excited. Chief Financial Credit Union excited to sponsor that. Really is a classic form of baseball, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Nice cards, too.
They are.
I mean, they're good quality cards.
Got the stats on the back and the jersey number, the height and the weight, and where they're from. Looking at Ty Hensley's right now, 6'4", 220 out of Edmonds, Oklahoma, Santa Fe High School, and pick of the New York Yankees back in the day in 2010.
Yep. Good photography, good colors.
I know we talked about it a couple nights ago, but it's worth bringing up again. You look at his numbers on the back of this card, 2019.
Looks like a different guy.
6.66 ERA. The walks to strikeouts, a little bit the same sort of trend. It's a little bit better, though. 34 walks to 54 strikeouts. The walks lately is what has been extremely impressive. Just 2 in his last 2 starts.
He gets a lot of contact outs when he's going good. Of course he gets his strikeouts too, but he also gets good contact outs when he's really sharp.
Because that was really the only caveat. And he had one bad start, maybe 3 in his mind in the last 5 or so, but
depends how we want to judge him, I guess. Ross Haffey on these baseball cards looks a lot different without his mustache. Randy Dobnak card, that's always a good one.
Yeah, when are you going to bring me up another pack? We need to add to that collection.
Well, I think this is the time. I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, no.
This is the time.
This was not planned.
I was going to let you talk baseball cards with the sponsor first, and then I got another one for you.
Yeah, look at this. Let's see if we're going to get the JJ card.
That's right. You don't have a JJ yet. I saw a young man earlier petting JJ while holding a JJ card. That was.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking to myself, is he going to ask JJ to sign it right now?
Liner that's going to carry its way all the way to the gap. Xavier Warren hitting the bag at third, and he's going to stop there. Zach Gray looking like he's going to be on a tear as this season continues to go on.
And he's going line to line, too, with everything. It's not like he's just pulling everything hard. He's hitting the ball the other way when it's warranted. He's pulling the ball hard when he's able to.
I always have a tough time getting these things open.
Those foil.
Goodness.
Foil packs.
All right, here we go. What do we got? Still trying to get it out. So we got a Josh Hedgeka card.
Okay.
New York Mets.
New York Mets signee.
Sandy Cortez, former Mammoth. Wesley Jones, a former Hopper. Spencer Stockton.
Okay, there you go.
Do we have one of those already? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Justin Wiley.
Stockton, a Reds signee.
Yep. Yeah, when you talk about recent pitchers, Stockton right up there. I was not able to see him in person here at the USPBL, but they have high remarks about him and what he was able to do here. So there we go.
And Hedgeko, is he kind of a sidearm type guy?
Looks like it, yeah. Had an interesting chat with Shane McCaddy, one of the pitching coordinators here at the USPBL on the concourse in between games, and we talked about Jack Ferguson. I asked him, hey, are we going to see him in this game? And he says he's available. It's possible. It just depends how things shake out. And he said, when you think of guys who come submarine or more from the side, you think in general that, they're going to be less injury prone, right? But he pointed out that, one reason maybe that Jack got injured or, experienced that more than soreness that kept him out for quite some time is the fact that he was maybe putting a little bit more tension on his elbow than, normal if he had better mechanics, and they've been working on him lately, putting him through the delivery value system and tweaking some things, and they think he looks pretty good and has adapted to that. So we originally thought, maybe it's just, and he even thought maybe it's just the motion because it's different. He normally came 3/4 / more over the top until really his pro career. He threw over the top all in college. But Shane said maybe it's that, but maybe it's more so him putting a little bit more strain on his elbow than he had to, which is something, I consider myself a pretty big baseball fan and somebody who's, watched a lot of games and stuff. And in general, you hear, guys who come from the bottom are maybe less prone to injury. And that's why softball pitchers are able to, that's the complete natural motion, the way they go.
Yeah, for sure.
But I thought that was interesting.
I think, there's probably something to the fact that he just hasn't done it very long. I don't know enough about, the delivery value system to know if they've dealt with a lot of guys who throw from that angle and how it differs from the way they work with other guys. But I'm sure there's probably some differences.
Bases are loaded here with no outs. A walk, a double, and a walk. First pitch outside. Make that the second pitch, I beg your pardon, to Greg Vaughn Jr. Trevor McKinley, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. He walked and scored back in the second. 87-mile-an-hour fastball by him up top. There's a little bit of action now in the Beavers bullpen. And a lot of that probably has to do with the stakes in the season right now on the line. You don't want to let these Hoppers get too big of a lead.
No, you don't.
And this is a hot hitter at the plate.
Well, the Hoppers need to come away from this with no less than a 4-0 lead when they've got second, third, nobody out.
It's Josh Smith, probably the best arm in that bullpen, tuning up. Ooh, boy. Away. Runner on third base. Xavier Warren, given there's no outs and his team already with a 2-0 lead, won't push it, and it took a hefty bounce back to Comer off the backstop in the end.
Yeah, looked like it hit the brick part of the backstop and came back pretty quick.
Mahalik on first, Gray on second, and Xavier Warren on third. Looking for some insurance runs early in this game. In there for strike three. Greg Vaughn Jr. thought he had coaxed another walk. Says the home plate umpire for a strike, or out number one here in the third.
Well, that's a huge strikeout, and I want to take another look at it because Greg Vaughn Jr. is not wrong too often as it comes to strike zone.
No, he has great plate discipline, good eye.
Yeah, tough pitch. It's probably
borderline.
Yeah, too close to take.
Trevor McKinley comes up with the bases juiced and one out. Dana Harrelson says Trevor McKinley playing a great game. Wish we were there watching in person. So hello to Dana here today and any other Trevor McKinley fans watching. Righty on lefty. Here's the 0-1. Shuttering ball at the middle. Caesar tags the bag over to first. And a magic job by A.J. Coleman to get out of the bases loaded jam with no runs. and no outs to begin it here in the third inning. How about it?
Huge. That's that's a spot where the Hoppers could have put this game away potentially, and Coleman able to wiggle out of it like that with a key strikeout and a double play ball.
That might just save their season and seeding going forward. We'll see. Back with more after this on the USPBL Network.
At midnight, when the ATM cruelly devours your card. At 6 a.m., when your credit goes down the drain. Or at 10 p.m., when you realize your credit card went on vacation without you. Michigan First is here. With our 24-hour call center, online banking with live chat, mobile banking, and branches near you. Michigan First. You have our attention 24/7.
Looking for a great rate on a new vehicle? Introducing our credit union's Drive promotion with rates as low as 1.89% and no payments for 90 days. Or refinance and save on your current auto loan with our 1% lower guarantee. You can now get pre-approved and close a loan remotely with our convenient online application process. Stop in today or visit ourcuonline.org/drive to drive away happy.
Noah Goetze's faced a little bit of a jam for the first time in this game in the third. He allowed his first hit to Ashante Wheatley after he struck out Cesar Cuevas to begin the third. Then the walk to Ron Williams Jr. The fielder's choice by Freddie Geely put runners on first and third with 2 outs. And after a little bit of a battle with Joey Weimer, coaxed a ground ball into the first baseman, Zach Gray. And that got him out of things. Otherwise, cruising along. Struck out the side in the first and a 1-2-3 frame, all via the contact in the second. Quick innings. We talked about it with Noah Goetze before the game here today. That's what he wants.
He had a nice approach last time he faced Comer, one of the better hitters on this club. Ended up getting him on a well-located cutter.
Game plan here tonight. He really wanted to pitch inside against some of these hitters with the fastball. Establish both sides of the plate. I think he's done a pretty good job of that so far.
Definitely.
Made some hitters uncomfortable. It's a fastball that can run up there at 92. Both the 2-seam and the 4-seam have reached that velocity this year. And when you have a curveball in your back pocket that you only throw 18% of the time but get 16% swings and misses on it, that's a pretty deep arsenal. And you're not even talking about the changeup at that point.
Right. You can see what the Rockies liked about him when they signed him, and I wouldn't be shocked if he got back to affiliated ball sometime real soon.
And even, talking to Justin Orndorff and some of the brass here at the USPBL, they don't necessarily believe that he was released because of his performance. He really didn't even get to show what he had.
Right. It's just that time in minor league baseball right now.
Gray gets off the bag.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit before, but affiliated minor league baseball, they were going to go through a huge transition after this season before COVID was even something that we ever heard of. They knew they were coming into a little bit of a tough time even before anything to do with COVID. So, by this time next year, it'll be real interesting to see where affiliated minor league baseball is at.
Kind of a sad time.
It is.
But leagues like this are probably going to become even more important.
Absolutely.
Because those players have to go somewhere. And ultimately, yes, the sad part about it is a lot of guys will go unnoticed, especially if the draft continues to whittle down on the rounds. I mean, we only saw 5 this year.
And ballparks support a lot of those towns, too. Some of the towns that are losing their major league affiliation this year, that's the ballpark's the biggest thing in the town. That's not necessarily exactly the case here. You know, this is a suburb of a big city, but you know, if you're talking somewhere like, I don't know, Erie, Pennsylvania or something of that nature, the ballpark's very important to that downtown.
2-1, clubbed on the ground, third base side. De La Cruz got a glove on it, hopped up after he bobbled. Gray can't get to it. That's going to scoot down the first base line and into the Beavers dugout. So Troyer granted second base.
It's a tough play. Cruz has had a couple tough plays today.
They have not ruled anything on the board quite yet.
Could be both a hit and an error, potentially.
Try to get a second peek at our YouTube monitor here. I just missed it on the real time.
There's definitely an error there because he went to second base, but the question is whether or not it was a hit as well.
Wow.
Nice recovery.
Gray chested it down.
He had to hurry to get there, too, because Riles is quick out of the box. Real quick.
Troyer ends up at third base here with 2 outs now. Gray's as good as it gets down the first base line. Scooping, making uncharacteristic plays. We've seen him several times kind of have to fade off the bag to avoid a collision with the runner down the first base line.
That's the second time he's beat Riles to the bag today.
Here's Romero Harris. He popped up his first time to the third baseman to end the second inning. Curveball floats inside. Only seen a few of those here tonight. But as we start to get to the end of the second ABs and the third ABs for this team, that's not a surprise. Hoover! Yes! Boy, he's nearly where the center fielder plays.
If the center fielder helps you up, you know you went a long way to get that ball.
Send it in. SC top 10 again? Maybe. We'll see. More after this.
At Priority Health, we're embarking on a new normal, embracing the changes needed to keep Michigan safe. While that may look a little different for everyone, Priority Health is here to help. With access to the care you need, the doctors you want, and the quality coverage you can afford. So you can get back to this, and this, safely, steadily, and with the smartest health coverage possible.
Can you feel that? Something's changing. A shift from a focus on me to something bigger. Because while it's perfectly fair to ask, what's in it for me? Finding the answer comes from asking, what's in it for we? At TCF Bank, our purpose lies in answering that question, in giving every me the financial strength to make us all a stronger we.
Family of the Game presented by Huntington Bank. It's the Bennett family in Grand Rapids. So watching from the west side of the state, hello. Thank you for joining us throughout the year here on the USPBL Network.
You been to a Whitecaps game?
That is actually one of the stadiums I have not been to here in Michigan. So I've been to a Loons game in Midland. I've been to quite a few I've been to 2, I think, Loons games. Quite a few Lugnuts games. What else is there?
I haven't been to a Lugnuts game, but I played at that park 3 or 4 different times against Michigan State.
Did you?
Yeah.
Jake Hoover, Jordan Pontius, Miles Miller leading it off here in the 4th inning.
But Grand Rapids does a nice job of supporting that team. They get good crowds there.
I've seen the outside of the Traverse City Pittsburghers Stadium.
Okay.
I was there in Traverse City a few weeks back.
It's a nice park.
It's built like a resort on the outside. They made it look that way.
Yeah, very Martha's Vineyard-ish, you know, kind of that style. It makes sense with a summer resort community, and
yeah,
made some sense.
Used to be the Traverse City Beach Bums.
Right. Which goes well with that theme also.
Yeah, in the Frontier League.
Right.
One of the better independent leagues around as well, competitiveness-wise. Pat Adams, who saw some time here in the USPBL, moved on to the Joliet Slammers in the Frontier League.
You kept it up with him at all? I haven't checked out his stats or anything.
Are they still doing that pod situation? I'm not sure, because they had been doing one of those 14 pod deals, which we've seen some other independent teams do. It wasn't officially Frontier League sanctioned games, I don't believe, either. It was kind of just put together. Hoover.
He didn't like that call. Few choice words, it looks like.
The second baseman, number 7, Jordan Pontius.
Pontius hit a single back in the second inning. Right to Cuevas there for the second out. He's played a solid shortstop here tonight.
The center fielder, number 15, Miles Miller.
Miles Miller, the top of the order, has got on base twice, hit a double down the line, which scored a run. Also was hit by a pitch in the first batter that A.J. Coleman faced here tonight. Coleman 70 pitches deep in this outing. They're probably at least looking to get the 5th out of him here today.
Yeah, part of it is, of course, you want to try to win the ball game, but secondarily to that, I think you want to stretch him out as much as possible.
Adam De La Cruz, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. One. Boy.
Well, he didn't get cheated on the swing.
The tail on the pitch, too, was, or maybe just where he was set up, made it look like. Cracks a smile. Here's the 1-2 from Coleman, trying to get out of this inning 1-2-3. It would be the first time he's done that here tonight. 5 batters faced in the first, 6 in the second, 5 in the third. It's 8-9-1 against him here in inning 4. Miller is still battling.
Trying to go in on him here. Miller hurt him on a ball away last time, so it looks like he's changing his approach against him a little bit.
Here's the 1-2. Checked his swing. Did he go? Nobody knows. Looks like he didn't. Now the appeal. They say no.
Could have gone either way.
Fly ball slicing to left, sending Riles back, and that is a 1-2-3 inning for A.J. Coleman. Had a battle a little bit with Miles Miller, but otherwise a snappy one here in the 4th. This is USPBL Baseball presented by Chief Financial Credit Union.
Suds on Mound offers plenty of options to get your laundry done. Clean, convenient, and with clear, low pricing. No confusing cards to load or upcharges for hot water, like the other guys. We operate with quarters for one price washes with maximum water settings to get your clothes cleaner, faster. We offer 61 machines, including 3 80-pound washers, the largest in production. Suds on Mound offers self-service, wash, dry, and fold service, and we can even service entryway rugs and king-size down-filled comforters. Washes can be done as fast as 16 minutes. Our Speed Queen machines are the only brand still made in America, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
Hi, I'm Jason from Suds on Mound. Come on in, we'll get you clean. All right, Ruby, you're all set.
Mention this ad for 10% off your wash, dry, and fold service.
Crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of summer. Make every moment of summer count by picking up Budweiser today.
Noah Goetze's on for his 5th inning of work here. He's been very efficient and has gotten the benefit of some outstanding plays by his defenders here tonight. Gray chested a ball hotly, hit down the first base line into his glove, then quickly went over to first base to get the speedy TJ Riles out down the line. And then the even better play by Jake Hoover, ranging nearly to the spot probably where Miles Miller plays consistently in center field, diving and making another outstanding catch.
Be interesting to see how deep he goes into this one. Hasn't really been extended a ton yet this season, and the Hoppers do have a healthy bullpen right now, at least with their top guys.
Goetze's has been dealing with a sore back recently as well, soreness and tightness, which has limited a little bit of what he has been able to do in terms of tweaks in between starts, but during the game he hasn't shown that, at least recently.
Yeah, I mean, his last time out he went up against Ty and went 6 innings, so it wouldn't be out of the question for him to go another 6 or even 7 tonight if he really pushes it.
Snared by De La Cruz, gets up, hops, and a great stretch.
Nope, he dropped it. It's on the ground. Oh, he had it long enough.
On the exchange.
Yeah, on the exchange. Okay. Took some nifty footwork over there by Gray. It's important as a first baseman that you don't extend and stretch until you have an idea of where the ball is at, because you may need to switch which foot is on the bag, and looks like they're going to talk about it here still.
I don't know, Dan. Looking at the YouTube
to the naked
replay here.
Yeah, to the naked eye, it didn't look like he had it long enough to me.
Home plate umpire might have had a better view of it. Let's see if he overrules. They say safe.
Yep.
Sure, Jaffe Rate ruling in the game here in the 5th inning. And now Paul Nochi, for the 2nd time today, is going to come out and argue. He's coming out with a little more haste this time, and Zach Gray trying to plead his case as well.
So we're going to talk about it again.
So what do you rule that in terms of hit or error?
Well, I think it's actually an error on Gray if he's safe. Seems unfair, I guess, on the surface, but yeah. I don't know what else you could really call it.
So is Shanti Wheatley trying to take advantage of the situation now?
Unless you call the error on De La Cruz, which
they have put up a hit.
Okay.
This one low and inside, 86-mile-an-hour fastball, low. Swing and a miss. Wheatley getting the start at designated hitter for the second consecutive game. Had a fielder's choice and a strikeout in game 1. He hit 7th, hitting 9th here in game 2. Last game of the week tomorrow, or this stretch, whatever way you look at it. We look at it as a week here in the USPBL, I think. It's the Mammoths and the Unicorns. 105 start on the year at 12:50 here on the USPBL network.
You know, a phrase that other pro baseball organizations use frequently that we never use here in the USPBL is homestand.
True. Well, it's hard because everybody's home.
Everything's a homestand.
2-1, golfed on the line. That's a good swing by Wheatley. It's going to gallop all the way to the United Shore sign in left field. Cuevas heading to third base. Wheatley hasn't seen a lot of playing time recently, but maybe he will going forward with that swing.
He's starting to heat up a little bit.
The first baseman, number 4, Ron Williams Jr.
Now turn the lineup over and you got second and third, nobody out. Real good chance to tie this game for the Beavers.
Wheatley's 4th hit of the year, his 2nd double. And now Ron Williams Jr. will try to keep this going. Nick Leo warming up.
Paul Nochi's got Nick Leo down there, probably close to ready.
.63 pitches thrown so far by Noah Goetze through 4 complete. We have not thrown him more, or seen him throw more than 82. That was
last time out, probably.
2 starts ago. Last time was 79. Before that, 74. 82. Before that, 60, 80, 61, 38, 59.
Okay.
That was probably way too fast for you to comprehend. But 1 and 2 on Ron Williams Jr. 79 in his last, and 82 is his height. That's all you need to know.
Right.
A few more stressful innings in his last 2 with runners in scoring position, and this is going to score a run. The first of the game and split the lead in half. It's 2-1. It's a huge run. Any way you look at it for the Beavers, who are scuffling to score anything right now.
And it gets another man to third base with only 1 out, so great opportunity here for the Beavers. Infield will be pulled in for Geely. He's got a lot of room to hit. Can get a ground ball through. He can elevate a ball to the outfield to score the man on third. He's got a pretty good base runner on third, so it's a good opportunity here. They may go to Leo to try to get a strikeout.
And it looks like the direction that Nochi might be heading here. So Goetze allows the leadoff single, then the double by Ashanti Wheatley. And the RBI ground out by Ron Williams Jr. has put in the first run. Maybe not, or maybe yes.
Yeah, he's pointing.
Trying to buy a few more pitches maybe there for Nick Leo. And that will be the end of the line for Noah Goetze's here tonight. It's a Hoffman Dental pitching change in the 5th inning. Nick Leo, getting ready for his 6th appearance, has thrown 7 2/3 innings thus far. Has only given up 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. 5 walks to 10 strikeouts. Going to be a key cog to this bullpen going forward. Tell you a little bit more about Nick when we get back here in the USPBL Network.
Detroit Mercy itself definitely values who you are as a person to really give me guidance on what it was to be a college student. The ability to connect with many people from different backgrounds. Not only did I take what I learned in the academic world, but I was able to apply that in a professional setting. And the university definitely provided those resources. And I was able to graduate and be the first one of my family to graduate from college.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Make your move. with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Hoffman Dental pitching change. It's Nick Leo coming in for Noah Goetze, who goes 4 1/3 here today.
It's a good arm here, drafted by Texas in 2018. In the 20th round was another guy who was with Short Season Spokane in 2019. Strides a little bit toward the third base batter's box. Produces a tough angle on the right-handed hitters especially. It's got a 4-seam fastball, 90-93, as well as a 2-seam with similar velocity. Slider and a changeup that he doesn't throw very often, but he does go to the slider quite a bit. Definite plus pitch for him. Spin rate well above the major league average.
Leo in his last outing, 3 innings. That was a start, actually, opener start. 1 run given up. It was earned, 2 walks to 5 strikeouts. He was actually our Hoffman Dental, or mix them together here, our Michigan Surgery Specialist player of the game in the Auto Lab postgame show. This one in for strike 1, and Freddie Geely struck out today and reached via the fielder's choice back in the 3rd inning.
Keep an eye on his slider today. His slider command was a little bit suspect his last outing compared to normal.
So not a lot of results in terms of runs, obviously, for the Beavers until this inning. They're 1 scored here in the 5th, but that's a situation in the 3rd and the 4th where you chip away a little bit, throw some of those pressure pitches, and, you know, a pitch count can say 65, but if you're pitching with a runner on third base and less than 2 outs, which he did in the 4th.
Right.
Pitched with a runner on first and third, 2 runners on it, points in that 3rd inning as well. Those build up a little bit more usually in terms of
different stress level.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tiring a pitcher out in the long run.
Sure.
So that's why it's important to always try to do as much as you can in an AB, because you never know. The 10-pitch AB could lead to a hit 2 innings down the road, as cliche as that might sound.
Absolutely.
But it happens. Now, I'm not saying that's the only reason why Goetze's maybe struggled a little bit more here in the 5th, but it could have contributed to it. Weimer, pretty good ground ball to second base. Pontius over Gray, dropped it, trying to sell it, and they won't get the call. Scampering home is Ashanti Wheatley. It's tied all of a sudden here in the 5th inning.
Wow, I actually took my eyes off that. I thought that was in the bag, and I didn't even see what happened. I'll be honest with you, I'm looking forward to the replay here. That was just a very strange play. He just dropped it. That's all. Not something you see out of Zach Gray very much, but you know, it's frustrating for Paul Nochi, I'm sure. He went to his reliever here, who did a terrific job to get out of that inning with the 2, striking out the 2-hitter and getting the 3-hitter to hit a ground ball.
Extends it for Cameron Comer. That's not a bat you want to see. 0 for 2 here tonight, a strikeout and a ground out. Curveball in for strike 1.
That breaking ball command looks better today, just the early returns, than his last time out.
And that was the impressive part about his start, is that he really didn't have command of the breaking ball. Comer hitting an even 300 in his last 10, which kind of matches where his season average is at as well. Might have dipped slightly below that. With his 0-2 start, the 1-2 pitch here is fouled off. Sam Troyer, your Zach Hart agency man on deck. Runner on first, 2 outs, 2 runs in. 2-2 on Cameron Comer. Weimer with a decent lead over at first base. Lazy fly ball. It's likely going to sink into the hands of Vaughn Jr. You got to watch it all the way into the glove, though. Recently,
I have to watch it all the way too.
Nick Leo gets out of it otherwise unscathed on his end. Both runs will be charged to Noah Coates. Either way, it's a tie ball game. Back to square one here at Jimmy John's Field.
The Weingarts family is honored to be celebrating 75 years of helping families like yours with your lawn equipment needs. While the equipment has changed, our grandfather's founding values and commitment to quality still drive our business.
We carry top brands like Exmark, Toro, Honda, Cub Cadet, and more. See the full lineup at Weingarts.com.
Whether it's new equipment, parts, or service, we work to earn your trust in each of our 6 locations.
From our family to yours, thank you for letting us serve you.
Weingarts, everything from lawn to snow.
With us, you can expect something more. More guidance.
Do you trust me, Mom?
More dedication. More commitment. So you can celebrate today and be prepared for tomorrow. Insurance through AAA. Expect something more.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
One of the best pieces out of this bullpen for the Beavers is a Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 5th inning. It's Josh Smith.
Very much a key piece. This big left-handed pitcher out of the Texas organization. Drafted in the 25th round of 2018. Local guy out of Saline, which is a top-notch program here in the Metro Detroit area.
You bet.
Got a plus slider. A lot to like about this arm. 90 plus on his fastball as well. Throws his changeup a little bit, mostly to right-handers, I think.
Saline Hornets. They have a solid athletic program all the way around, really.
I got a trivia question for you. It'll probably be a little bit of a leading question, but name the 2 public school baseball programs in Michigan that lead the state in Final Four appearances. Public schools.
Grosse Pointe South and Saline.
You got it.
I wouldn't have necessarily probably known that unless we
were talking Saline and it was me that asked you the question.
It makes sense, though. Smith takes over for Coleman, who went 4 here tonight. A 1-2-3 inning in the 4th for AJ, so a good finish.
I'll tell you, if this guy's only 205, then I'm really surprised. I know he's billed as 205, but he just looks real solid. I mean, look at, he's got big legs, powerful. He does look the 6'6" that they have him billed as. He's a big guy.
The Hoppers certainly have a good memory about Josh Smith. They walked him off the first time he came in. Actually, it was Jake Hoover, former minor league teammates, back on the 29th of August.
Yep.
Just a third of an inning, gave up 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned, the one that mattered. Through just 11 pitches, his last outing much better. 2 innings, no hits, no walks, 2 strikeouts. And his 3rd one comes in a big spot for this Beavers team, needing a hold and their offense to catch back up in the 6th.
Well, we're in kind of a fun spot in this ball game now. A couple of really good arms from coming out of affiliated ball, facing each other in relief now with a tie ball game.
These are the biggest innings you'd think of the season so far for the Beavers. Needing a win. All their games, including tonight, against teams ahead of them in the standings. 1 more against the Hoppers that counts towards the push to the playoff standings in the 2nd game of the doubleheader next Saturday, and the single game versus the Westside Woolly Mammoths. I believe that's a Thursday. Here's the 1-2 on De La Cruz. Swing and a miss. Josh Smith blows him away for the first out here in the 5th inning.
Really good late life on that fastball.
6 straight outs between Coleman and Smith now.
De La Cruz kind of having a tough stretch lately. He's walked a few times, but hasn't really swung the bat great.
So that game versus the Mammoths is in fact on a Thursday. Thursday at 7:05 for the Hoppers next week. September 17th. It's crazy to think it's September 17th.
Right.
After starting late here in the USPBL, a lot of games compacted this year.
July 3rd, opening night.
July 3rd, July 4th, and moving on to the next week. I think, the first game I worked with you was on a Thursday or a Friday?
Yeah, maybe the 9th, July 9th, is that right?
And then you were stuck with me from then on out. Little did you know.
Yep. Well, we had just the one camera there for a while.
Yep.
I think we had trouble getting the YouTube feed going, I think, the first night.
Now we've grown to have hundreds of viewers each night, some great partners to make it happen, and improving angles and features as we go on. There's already some discussions about what next year could look like. Always trying to make improvements. There's some fun things potentially on the horizon, make the coverage even better, maybe a little bit more behind the scenes in terms of what we can offer you.
Certainly.
There's Jack Ferguson.
Yeah.
He could work the 6th.
One of my keys to the day down there. I was hoping to see him at some point.
Here's the 1-2. High chop. Williams off the bag. Smith covering. He bare hands that for out number 2.
That's one way to do it. And Zach Ray, very motivated probably to make up for his error here. Has been swinging a great bat.
Gray with a double back in the 3rd inning. It was one that kind of hugged the third base line and found its way all the way to the warning track. Lefty on lefty matchup here, power on power. Even for Gray, Smith has to be quite the body slinging at you from the left side, 91 miles an hour away.
That's a tough pitch. It's one of those lefty on lefty pitches that if you could throw it like that every time, you would never give up any hits.
Lifted foul. Jeremy Addo alongside Dan Griesbaum Jr. to bring the call here today. PJ Grudowski, our director. Jeremiah Hergott, our producer. Katie Page, our graphics operator here tonight. Here's the 1-2 from Smith. High. You can see even Gray lean there because you really don't know what it looks like. It's probably coming at you every time, right?
Oh, yeah, it looked a little bit like that famous Randy Johnson-John Kruk matchup, where Kruk just kept bailing on every pitch no matter where it was at.
2-2, swing and a miss. Quick work of 2, 3, 4 in the lineup here from the Hoppers. Smith says, see you later here.
When you need emergency care, you want your hospital to be ready for whatever comes through the door. Ready for any injury and any illness. Ready to respond at the speed of emergencies. That's why McLaren Macomb built a new emergency department with advanced technology, clinical expertise, and 68 private exam rooms. We're Macomb County's largest emergency department, and we're ready for you whenever you need us. That's emergency care at McLaren Macomb. That's doing what's best.
When you are in need of air conditioning services, turn to the experienced professionals in McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration. Since 1970, we've been delivering high-quality air conditioning installation and repair services. Call for a free estimate today. Let us help you be cool and comfortable. For comprehensive HVAC services, contact McQuaid Heating and Cooling, Plumbing and Refrigeration today.
Figuring out creative ways to occupy two boys can be challenging, but when I get inspired, I'm glad I have my Chevy Silverado. It's the perfect tool for any project I come up with, from its power up-down tailgate to having more cargo volume than any other pickup. With my Silverado, no project is out of reach.
Lease a 2020 Silverado Custom Crew Cab for just $323 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Nick Leo going to work his first full inning of work here in the 6th inning. He took over for Noah Goetze. Like Dan kind of said, got a strikeout to the number 2 hitter in Freddie Geely, then got a ground ball that was certainly executable for Taylor Cruz and Gray. Gray just dropped it, and that allowed the inning to be extended and Ashanti Wheatley to come around and score the tying run. And we're still stuck at that 2-2 score right now.
If Leo can get through this one, they can probably hand it to Darnell after that. You certainly like your chances there also.
You think we'll see another inning from Josh Smith?
I hope so. He looks strong. Exciting arm. I'd like to see Ferguson eventually too, but
strike one into Sam Troyer here. Troyer had a single back in the 4th. Out in front of that pitch. Leo has allowed 1 run. That was in the start. But otherwise, 4 relief appearances with no runs. Has walked a batter in 3 out of the 4, but hasn't really seen them advance.
It's pretty nasty right there.
That's now 12 Ks to 5 walks so far this year. Slider, one of his best pitches certainly, along with the fastball that can reach 93, averaging 91, but gets 20% swings and misses, gets an additional nearly 23% called strikes on the wipeout slider.
Means his command has overall been pretty good of that pitch, obviously. It means that guys probably aren't fouling off many of them, so they're having trouble fighting it off.
And it looks more like a curveball on it. Has that lollipop break.
Yeah, it's got more of a downward break, certainly. Really not much horizontal break at all. I think it's just the fact that he throws it over 80 miles an hour that makes it more like a slider than a curveball, I guess.
Calls back Riles for strike 2. Riles hit a pretty hard ball on the first base line his second time up. That was chested down by Gray, and he quickly tagged the bag over at first with the speedy runner boiling down in on him. Looks like Jack Ferguson continues to warm down the right field line here for the Beavers. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Leo in the 6th. That one another slider.
That one wasn't even as sharp as most of them, just off the plate, and Riles chased it a little bit.
Now Romero Harris, the last man to bat here in the 6th. Could have had a bloop base hit into center, but Hoover had other thoughts. So which one is more impressive? The one that made the SC top 10 at the beginning of the week, or that one?
I think they're pretty equal. The only difference about that previous one is how Maselli had to avoid him by kind of leapfrogging him, which added to the overall excitement or dramatics, I guess, of the play.
You mean diamond hopping him? Or?
Right. Like a frog. Look at this.
Oh, my goodness. Can he do it again? Yes!
They are not going to be best friends, I don't think.
1, 2, 3 inning for Nick Leo. And a virtual pat on the back for Jake Hoover to complete things here in the 6th inning as well.
My goodness.
They called it the 1,000-year flood. They were having homes and businesses flooded, and the roads were being washed out.
My entire house is going to be flooded. Okay, do you have a second story?
A lot of fear that we were going to lose a lot of people. When we heard the police station was flooded, we immediately gave them our command center to operate out of.
Belfour was our savior. Sheldon and his team restored 25 of our businesses and more than 1,500 residences.
At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for, when you want it, and how you want it. We're ready.
Upcoming games brought to you by Motor City Casino Hotel. Tomorrow, the last of the week, the Mammoths and the Unicorns do battle. That's an important one for the Mammoths and really for the Unicorns too. The big loss to them last night. It's the Beavers and the Unicorns to start Wednesday, and then Thursday, the Mammoths and the Hoppers. Next week is the last week of the push to the playoffs. Then we have the playoffs, a 3-game series, if you will. Nobody playing multiple games against each other. 3 versus 4 in game 1 on Friday at 7:05. And then we have the winner of the 3 versus 4 versus the number 2 seed who get a bye to the second game, 7:05 on Saturday. And then Sunday, for all the marbles, 1:05 start for the championship game here at Jimmy John's Field. They will face the number 1 seed who get a bye all the way to the championship game, which is a huge, huge advantage for sure.
No doubt.
Jack Ferguson, Hoffman Dental pitching change here in the 6th inning, trying to take the baton from Josh Smith, who did a whale of a job in that 5th inning. 2 strikeouts to 2 through 4 in the order.
Yeah, this is a guy that we identified as possibly being a key to the day today. We had a feeling he was going to come out of the bullpen at some point. Certainly someone that was going to be counted on for this Beavers team earlier in the season before he got injured. Another tough lefty who drops down and has been very effective.
9 2/3 innings so far for Ferguson through 8 appearances. 2 walks to 12 Ks is the thing that stands out.
He'll be facing one of the hotter Diamond Hoppers hitters here, lefty on lefty.
And we talked about it earlier. It's really the one appearance that's elevated the ERA a little bit more than it would be and kind of skewed some of the stats. The 1 inning versus the Unicorns on July 17th. where he gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 walk and 1 K through 24 innings. Otherwise, every other relief appearance has been scoreless, with only 1 walk.
Yep, exactly. That's what happens to relievers sometimes. A lot of times their ERA gets elevated by just 1 or 2 outings.
And an easy play there to get out Riley Mahalik. And one reason why he's so effective is because you see over the top, pretty much all weekend. I mean, it's him and Anthony Travado for the Mammoths, and that's about it. But you're not seeing a guy come from this angle very often.
Yeah, and this is a good spot to bring him in here, too, facing Mahalik, and then McKinley will be up here after Vaughn, so a couple of quality left-handed hitters that he can go at.
Vaughn Jr. looks at a ball inside. He's got a 5-game on-base streak going. That's in jeopardy right now. Strikeout in the third and a ground out in the second. Did a wonderful job at the leadoff spot in Game 1. It's not a bad ERA for Ferguson. It's still 2.79, which for a reliever who gives up 4 runs in only 8 appearances isn't always the case. Talked about it a little bit earlier. Shane McCaddy saying how he's cleaned up some of his mechanical things to put a little bit less stress on that elbow and arm, which is something that the DVS does a great job of identifying. Longevity in a game, longevity in a season, and a career. Geely scoots to Ferguson. No!
That was one of those Armando Galarraga type plays over there. I don't know, to me he looked out, but try to get another look here.
The right fielder, number 14, Trevor McKinley.
Brings up Trevor McKinley here.
Yeah, he might have beat it. It was a little awkward between between RJ and Geely. They neither seemed too sure about who was going to take that ball, and that probably cost him the out there. And Vaughn is on base. Keeps the streak alive.
Sounds like a broken bat, yeah. To second base in time, over to first. Not able to get the speedy McKinley. All things considered, I mean, broken bat, so more often than not, it's not going to come at you very fast. And then the speed of McKinley just too much, so run around first with 2 outs now.
And the defensive star of the day at the plate.
Another great play to cap off another good inning from Nick Leo. It's been fun to watch Leo, Josh Smith, and now Jack Ferguson piece the end of this ball game together in a tie game. They got to keep it right where it is on both sides.
Absolutely.
One of them hoping their offenses can respond. 87-mile-an-hour fastball in for strike 2. Ferguson was certainly a guy when he was coming over the top who was consistently in the low 90s at Madonna University. Well, you're naturally going to lose quite a bit of velocity dropping down like he has. But he just felt that's my best opportunity to pitch effectively at the next level. Credit to him for realizing that.
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't had any game competition until now, coming to the professional scene to really work on it.
Right.
There is some eligibility requirements teetering for him. Technically only pitched 3 years at Madonna. He wasn't sure whether he would get his senior year or not in terms of eligibility from the NAI. He didn't. So he was working out with the team, but did not see any action on the field. Was a part of a conference championship and did a nice job back in 2018. Troyer able to hammer home out number 3 here in the 6th inning. Jack Ferguson able to strand a single and a fielder's choice here in the 6th. Crunch time continues to unfold here at Jimmy John's Field. Now time for the race.
Holy Hot Rods, it's race time. Chevy Detroit wheels, start your engines.
Well, game 1 we didn't cover the race, but Petey Pickup got very lost in game 1. Looks like he's off to a better start today, so I'm going to go with Petey Pickup.
Not sure exactly what happened there. Maybe his battery was running low. It looks like he's recharged here, though. It's a 3-car race here in the 6th inning. There's some showboating as they cross the dugout down the first baseline. Corey Vett speeding his way forward. Don't look too close to Von Joshua there. Look out. There's Corey Vett speeding his way to the first base line.
Finished strong.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 cars lengths away from his competition here tonight. From that competition to a tie ball game, 2-2, best reliever, or one of them, coming on for the Hoppers here, Dugan Darnell.
We've got some really high-quality relievers in this league, and this guy's at the top of the list. Barely allowed any runs or even any hard contact when he's been in there. And really, where he's really made his gains is with the off-speed stuff. His curveball and the splitter has both really improved throughout the year. I'd say especially the curveball. There's been some outings where he's only thrown 1 or 2 of them, but they've just been devastating.
.34 ERA for Dugan Darnell, 26 2/3 innings, 18 walks to 48 strikeouts. This is his 21st appearance.
The vertical break on that curveball, very dramatic, which the only downside to that is he occasionally will have some trouble controlling it. He has to get a real good feel for where he wants to start that pitch for it to end up in its desired location.
Cesar Cuevas, single back in the 5th inning. Home run in the first game. They love to see this bat perk up like he has in these 2 games of the doubleheader going forward. Just over the 100 mark coming into today with the batting average through about 35 at-bats. You talked to Justin Orenduff, the Director of Baseball Operations and the pitching guru here at the USPBL, and you ask him who's the most improved reliever in the USPBL. He highlights Dugan Darnell and Nolan Clunny, 2 of the best.
Yep, closers for 2 top teams probably. That bullpen is so important to winning championships at every level of baseball.
On the ground to De La Cruz.
Got a nice hop there. Oh.
And Gray cannot pick it.
De La Cruz is having a tough one today.
Surprisingly, yeah, he's had 3 plays that he probably normally makes from a throwing standpoint that now puts a runner on first base. The go-ahead run in the top of the 7th inning, and giving it to a fairly hot hitter in Ashanti Wheatley. A double back in the 5th and a single in the 3rd. Probably the best swing we've seen from him yet on the double. So Dugan Darnell, after pitching 3 games in the American Association, another independent league, that was back in 2019, came to the USPBL, has gone through a lot of changes in his game. Local product out of Adrian College, 15 1/3 innings last year, 9 walks to 20 strikeouts, 1.76 ERA. So it's funny to hear Justin Orenduff say, hey, he's one of the most improved, when he still had good numbers last year, but his numbers obviously even better this year. And the results right there, your saves leader right up there with Nolan Clunny. Nolan Clunny with 9 saves, 4 for Dugan Darnell. So he's coming in some non-saves situations and held games, certainly. That's his goal here today. Maybe try to get the win if his offense can get him a run. But now he has a leadoff runner on first base to begin the 7th, and nobody out. We saw the splitter a little bit more in his last appearance.
We did.
This one straightens up Wheatley. That was an inning and a 1/3 versus the Mammoths.
Well, if you're Wheatley here, you definitely have to sit fastball. He doesn't control his off-speed stuff really well enough to throw it 3-1 in this kind of situation with a man on first already.
The walks have been a little bit of an issue. In his last 10, though, he's straightened that out a little bit more. 6 walks to 16 Ks. Now add a 7th walk to that fold. He has not given up a run in his last 10.
Well, what do you think? Ron Williams Jr. sacrifice himself here? I would, if I were Von Joshua.
I think so. You have Jalen Smith on the bench. Marcus Irving, Jonathan Brandt, and Alec Allred. So Freddie Geely coming up. He hasn't been the most hottest lately.
And
That's
I'm
better than a
clearly
sacrifice.
wrong. Yep, I'm clearly
coming
wrong.
around the third base bag is Caesar coming home. The throw is in, not in time. Cueva scores the game-untying run here in the 7th inning. And just like that, the Beavers has scratched one across against the improbable pitcher, it seems.
Von Joshua making the right decision there, letting Ron Williams Jr. swing away. First and second, nobody out. And Cuevas getting around third and getting a very big run there for the Beavers off of a very tough closer, Dugan Darnell.
Ron Williams Jr. with his 11th RBI of the season, none bigger, and a team trying to arch up the USPBL standings.
If the Beavers can win this game, it really bunches things up. Good job by Warren to get his glove down there.
Freddie Geely 0 for 2 today with a strikeout and a fielder's choice. That one popped up foul. Geely, Weimer, Comer, 2-3-4 in the lineup here today in Game 2 for Von Joshua, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Here's the 1-1. Meaty pitch, but a swing and a miss.
That was a splitter there. I think that might be the first one we've seen. Not sure why he hasn't gone to that more often. It was good the last time out, as you said already.
And for a while there, his splitter usage was way down.
There's the curve.
In for strike 3.
That was a slower curve than normal.
That's the first out here of the 7th inning, but percentage-wise now, it's still heavy fastball, heavy curveball. 67% four-seam, 21% curveball, and now 12% splitter. But I feel like, you know, just a couple appearances ago, that was only like 4 or 5%.
Yeah, he only threw one curveball in his last close, and he was really working on the splitter, it seemed like. Looks like Weimer might get it here. Yep.
Weimer today has reached on an error a couple times. His at bat in the 1st and 5th, also grounded out to the first baseman Gray. He's trying to snap an 0 for 3 and an 0 for 6 in the doubleheader. Hitless in his last 9. Does have 7 walks in that stretch. The 1-0. Hot shot to the shortstop. Hoover reaches out, feeds to second, over to first, and a defensive clinic here today by Jake Hoover.
Incredible. And on the flip side of that, Weimer can't buy a hit right now because he scalded that ball pretty good.
Off the bat at 98 miles an hour, Jake Hoover says, I can do everything.
Incredible.
7th inning stretch brought to you by Genesis Credit Union here tonight. Here's Take Me Out to the Ball Game. There's your Genesis Credit Union 7th inning stretch here today. Jarrett Price coming out for the Beavers here in the bottom of the 7th inning, trying to get a big save for his team.
Well, he'll have to turn the page a little bit from his last outing, but this is his job to lose here as the Beavers closer. And this is the spot where your closer comes in and needs to nail it down for you in a big ball game.
Josh Smith pitched a 1-2-3 fifth inning, coming in relief of A.J. Coleman, who also had a 1-2-3 fourth to end his outing. Jack Ferguson gave up a one-out single and a two-out fielder's choice before getting the pop-out by Jake Hoover to end the threat in the sixth. Jared Price trying to have a similar inning. Check the USPBL standings presented by Scott's. That's ever so important. The Beavers trying to get their another 3 points on the board to advance to 9 and tie with the Unicorns. The Mammoths with their first points with the win against the Corns last night. Only 2 more games remaining for the Beavers. And again, if you're not familiar with the tie-breaking procedures, so technically, even if the Beavers tie the Unicorns here tonight, the Unicorns still hold the advantage because they will win any tie because they were the winners in the regular season. First game of the doubleheader was lost by the Beavers, which meant that the least that the Hoppers can do is win 2 out of 3 of the doubleheaders going forward, which means that they own a tiebreaker between the Beavers and the Hoppers.
Right.
So the only tie that this Beavers team can potentially win going forward is against the Mammoths, and that would look at runs scored.
Which really means for them to be in good position, they need to win out at this point, including this ball game, obviously.
Tonight, Thursday, next week versus the Mammoths, and Saturday in Game 2 versus these Hoppers.
If they don't win this game, then you can just about count on them playing Friday of championship weekend. I'd stop short of saying for sure, but it certainly looks very likely that they would have to play on Friday.
Now, is the third seed the home team, I'm guessing?
I believe so, yes.
We have confirmation that that is the case from the whispers in our ear as this one is outside. 2-2 on Jordan Pontius. 3.08 ERA for Jared Price. He has 5 saves, second most in the USPBL. 26 innings, 16 walks to 29 strikeouts thus far.
Oh.
Off his glove. Boy, we've seen that quite a bit lately.
He nearly had that one.
I feel like there's 3 times in the last 3 or 4 appearances for Jared Price that he just had the unlucky bounce. Again, it's just a reaction.
Yep.
You know, you reach out for it. Off the bat at 96. And I feel like every one of them have been scolded, kind of like that one is.
Yeah, that one was hit hard. He certainly deserved a hit there.
Second hit of the game for Jordan Pontius, so things getting dicey already with the leadoff man on and back to the top of the order in Miles Miller, who's had a decent day at the plate. Strap yourself in here in the bottom of the 7th inning, especially from what we saw yesterday.
I like the idea of sack bunting here for Paul Nochi. For one, you've got a guy who does it well at the plate. Secondly, as the home team, you really want to try to play for the tie and get this into extra innings.
Pretty good bunt on the third base line. Troyer charging over to first, and he completes it there. Pontius scampers to second base. Not sure that he's going to use any of these batters in this stretch. Maybe if they somehow got back to the bottom of the order, but you'd think the game would be over and a walk-off would happen at that point for the Hoppers, and if they get to extra innings, I guess. You have Anthony Maselli, Nate Grice, and Antonio Torres, 3 hitters lately who have been doing a decent job. Torres had a double in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
We've seen Adam De La Cruz in this situation before where he's tied a ball game late.
First pitch in for strike 1. Game off in Game 1. 0 for 3 here in Game 2 with a strikeout, a ground out, and a fly out. This is a curveball. Down low. Goes 4-seam slider curve change. Good scoop by Cameron Comer. 2 runs given up in his last appearance. That was a blown save, I believe, on Thursday night. Off 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. 2 outings before that did not give up a run and just 2 combined hits. The 3 appearances before that, a 2-run outing, a 1-run outing, and a 2-run outing. Has been consistent in stretches, and you talked to Shane McCaddy. I was able to do that between games here in the concourse at Jimmy John's Field, and he says this man right here scores one of the highest on the delivery value system. They give a score to every pitcher that goes through that mathematical model.
Well, I'm sure that helps him get his fastball up to the 93, 94 that it can get to.
Like various guys in different ways. You look at timing as something that they've been trying to work on him with. That can mean so many different things. Outside, he walked him. That puts the winning run on base.
That's a big walk there. Now you've got Xavier Warren and Zach Gray coming up to the plate. A gap shot potentially wins this game for the Hoppers.
Nobody in the bullpen for Von Joshua's team.
And De La Cruz, someone who's not really swinging the bat well lately. That's not somebody that you wanted to walk there. Not with these 2 guys coming up.
Xavier Warren, a single and a walk in the 1st and 3rd innings. He's tagging some balls more lately, Dan. He looks more comfortable at the plate. We've talked about the grind that probably has worn on him a little bit, catching every day for really the first time in his career.
It's been a good opportunity for him here at the USPBL. Working through some things that probably better to work on here.
Sawed him off.
That's a double play.
Gonna catch him at second base. Wow, and that's the ball game here in the 7th inning.
Wow. That is not how I anticipated this game ending, I'll tell you what. And that's a tough it's a tough read for Pontius there at second base, and you know, you hate to see a game end that way, but base running, it's one of those overlooked aspects of the game that can make a difference in a ball game.
Wow. Cesar Cuevas catches the line drive, feeds it to second base, gets Jared Price out of the jam. And the Beavers are able to get 3 more points here today, tied technically with the Unicorns, 9 points. The Hoppers stick at 12, and it gets a little more interesting as we move along here.
It gets real interesting. The standings are a little bunched up now. I think that would have been a really big win for the Diamond Hoppers. It could have really cemented their spot in the first seed, and it kind of would have ended things for the Beavers. You know, I think probably a 3 seed was going to be the high that they could get to had they lost the game today, but it's anybody's ball game now.
3-2 your final score in favor of the Beavers. Back with our Michigan surgery specialist player of the game from our Autoland post-game show on the United Shore Media Desk when we get back.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Order Jimmy John's and we'll bring it to your car door. Leave it at your front door or have it ready for you at our drive-thru. Just use jimmyjohns.com or our app to tell us what sandwiches, drinks, chips, and cookies you're hungry for. When you want it and how you want it. We're ready.
It's the summer event of the season, and quite possibly the only event of the season. It's the Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event, going on now at Crest Lincoln.
Travel further for less and drive the 2020 Lincoln MKZ Hybrid. Lease today for only $323 per month. Or ride in the luxury of the all-new 2020 Lincoln Corsair. Lease today for only $341 per month.
Make a new summer memory today. Visit Crest Lincoln in Sterling Heights or shop today at crestlincoln.com.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
We really were fortunate to get out when we did. Losing our family photos, our wedding pictures, can't replace it.
Can you imagine losing everything you've got? You realize that it's the little things in life that matter. Things that they thought were damaged and thrown away, all of a sudden they magically reappear. And you see the human spirit come back.
It's our pictures.
To be able to put you safely back in your home matters to us. People matter. People count. At Belfour, we're restoring more than property.
Oh, right up here and look around the Thank you guys so much.
Give it.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit. The urban setting is really fantastic to be a part of, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
My education here isn't just academic. This school wants you to be the best you that you can be. All aspects of the things that I do here have participated in giving back.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Union.
The post-game show brought to you by Auto Lab here tonight. Big-time victory for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers in a game where they needed a win overall to stay alive, to possibly grab one of those top two seeds here in the USPBL, push to the playoff standings. Here with our Michigan surgery specialist, player of the game, it's Ron Williams Jr. here tonight, the hero. He's able to deliver the game-winning run in the end in the top of the seventh inning. Ron, great win overall for the team. You know, before we get to the hit, you look back at the bullpen, and they did a great job as well.
Yes, they did. They came in and held it at 2 runs, and we were able to scratch the runs across and win the ball game.
Well, you kind of play everywhere, you know, for this team. You've kind of settled in over at first base. Is maybe settling in on a position kind of helping you going forward, taking an approach?
Yes, it is. Coming to the ballpark, knowing where I'm going to play every day really helps with my approach every day.
Well, you look back at the situation. There was runners on first and second for you. maybe for some guys a sacrifice situation. Did that cross your mind, or did it cross the mind of your manager at all, or hit away was the sign?
Not at all. He told us hit away, and I got my pitch and didn't miss it.
Yeah, is that exactly what you were looking to do with it? Just kind of line drive up the box?
Yes, sir.
You look at what your team was able to do here tonight. I mean, it was almost a must-win. I mean, you faced must-wins, it seems like, lately quite a bit, and that's what this new 8-game format does. What do you think you need to do, as an individual and as a team going forward, to piece together what you want to do and win it at the end of the year?
Keep playing good baseball, keep pitching good, fielding and hitting like we did in that second game. Towards the end of the game, we started putting it all together, and that's got us the W.
Good pitching on the other side at the back end for the Hoppers here as well. I mean, they have some good arms. You guys certainly have some good arms, and a decent start for A.J. Coleman. I know as a defender like yourself, Coleman, Crispin, guys that work really fast. That's got to be fun to play behind, right?
Yes, it is. It's very fun when their pace is fast because it keeps us in the game.
Well, Ron, we thank for stopping by here in the post-game show. He's our Michigan Surgery Specialist Player of the Game, and we look forward to seeing you guys out there again next week.
Thank you very much.
One more game this week. It's tomorrow as the Unicorns take on the Mammoths. A 1:05 matinee start will be on the air at 12:50. Donald Goodson getting the start for the Unicorns, only his second of the year. Has been pretty good in some of his relief appearances lately, so we look forward to see him against Ben McKendall on the other side for the Mammoths as well. For my broadcast partner, Dan Griesbaum Jr., everybody involved behind the scenes here today, they all did a great job in this double dip. I'm Jeremy Otto. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a great night.